fresh salads thrown in as well. I'm sure you've already guessed, but I'm an Aussie, and in Australia, of course, our holiday season is the middle of our summer. So we tend to serve lots of salads with the roast turkey and the roast pork and the roast beef. And I think it is a really nice combination because you want something kind of light and crunchy to go with those rich roasted meats. So I'm gonna show you a shaved Brussels sprout salad. All right, the first thing you do is you cook the quinoa and then you let it dry. Now we're gonna make it crisp. So you get yourself a nice hot pan and pour a little oil. You take the quinoa and you just dump it in. You'll hear a little sizzle and you give the pan a little shake. And then for the next 5 or 6 minutes, you're gonna keep your eye on it and it's gonna sort of puff ever so slightly. While we wait for that to happen, let's make the dressing. So you want yourself a blender, right? I've got some tarragon, a little parsley and some fresh basil. So herbs, pistachios, garlic, a little mustard. The mustard gives it a really nice kind of a kick. I'm using white wine vinegar, but the truth is any kind of acid. Turn it on and just start it on a low speed. You can always crank it up and then you emulsify the oil. And you've got this beautiful dressing. I know what you're thinking. People have different feelings about Brussels sprouts, right? Now, usually the people that don't like Brussels sprouts used to have them overcooked and the whole house would smell like a sprout and they kind of get that weird smell that none of us like. But if you eat them raw, you take a lot of that away. So this is a really different way of doing it. Now, in slicing these thin, I call them shaved, you can do two things. You can either cut them in half like this and using a sharp knife, you can kind of go through each sprout and you can slice it really, really thinly, right? And that's what we're looking for, a really fine shaved sprout. Here's what I do. I get myself a mandolin. Lots of people have these. I love mine because it comes with a cut-proof glove. And if you want to get them really fine, here's another great little trick. Just cut the Brussels sprout straight down the middle. This will allow you to shave them really fine. You're going to mix those into a bowl. Then what you do is you take your dressing and you spoon this straight over quite liberally. Give that a little toss. Little individual plates like that. I actually take a good old scoop and this sort of becomes the center of our plate. Gorgeous. Then get yourself a couple of these pre-blanched pieces of broccoli. So we've just dropped them in some boiling water. Make sure the water's salted and you cook them for just a couple of minutes. I've got a few green beans as well. So I take a whole half avocado for each salad. You drop that in the center. Now for that beautiful crunchy quinoa and be really generous with it. I go all the way around. Then I take my dressing and I drizzle it all the way around the outside of the plate. But I give myself a little reservoir. So when you actually cut into this avocado, you're going to get this little explosion of that dressing. All right, that looks sensational. The last thing that you do is you pick up some of those finely chopped pistachios all over your gorgeous salad. I tell you what, it is a beautiful green salad. There is so much to love. There's lots of crunch in there, beautiful with roasted meats. And just personally, just takes me back to Australia for the festive season. Enjoy.
One of the things that makes the holiday season, Christmas time, really special for me is that it's an opportunity to really celebrate the Puerto Rican traditions. And it's one of the times when I can feel most connected to my culture. Every winter, we kick off the holiday season by celebrating Thanksgiving with all my family and friends. And then we have Christmas, which for Puerto Ricans, we celebrate Noche Buena, which is actually the night before Christmas. Growing up, my mom always took charge in the kitchen around the holidays, although when I hit about junior high school, that's when I joined in because I always loved cooking. It's really fun to kind of continue those traditions and to cook these recipes that not only have been made in my family for years, but in generations of Puerto Rican families. Tostones are perfect for the holidays because they're meant to be shared. They're crispy, they're salty, the perfect kind of thing to snack on when you're sitting around talking and sharing, which is really what my favorite part of the holiday season is. While tostones are perfect with just a sprinkle of salt, they're even better with a couple zesty dipping sauces. So let's whip those up first. First up is mayo ketchup. So first here we've got some mayonnaise in a bowl, and then we're just gonna add some ketchup to it, fresh lime. And then of course it would not be a Puerto Rican recipe without a lot of garlic. All right, this looks perfect. I'm gonna set it aside for now and let it hang out. Now we're gonna make a garlic citrus mojo. We're gonna start off by mashing some garlic. So I'm gonna add a little salt here, and this just creates some friction. And then we add our garlic cloves, a few at a time. And then we just mash. You really kind of want this to be a nice sort of a coarse paste, something that looks like this. And now we're gonna add a lot more fun flavor. Some dried oregano and some cumin. I'm gonna mix that in. We're also gonna be using our citrus juice. So whisk that all together, and then we're gonna add our olive oil. And we're gonna finish this off with a little bit of freshly cracked black pepper. All right, this looks amazing and smells even better, creamy. All right, we're gonna set this aside. I'm gonna just clear up here a little bit, and then it's time to make tostones. Tostones use green plantains. I love plantains. They're sort of a starchier version of bananas. To cut plantains, you want to start off by trimming the ends. The best way to take it off is to kind of run the edge of your knife along the peel, just to kind of loosen it up. And then you sort of stick your finger in there and just sort of force it off. Once you get in, then it comes off pretty easily. And then you just keep repeating. Tostones are fried twice. For that first fry, we want to cut these into about 2-inch pieces. So we've got our oil up to 325 degrees, and we're just going to drop them in gently, just like this. And you want to see those bubbles start to form. Gorgeous. We're gonna let them go for about 2 or 3 minutes. You really just want them to get a little bit darker, like a golden yellow. All right, these look ready to come out. And I just like to drain these on like a paper towel lined baking sheet or plate even. That's what my mom would do. See how they have that slightly darker golden color? That's exactly what you're looking for. And then we repeat with the rest of the batch. And now it's time to smash these plantains. So, a little parchment paper, a little plantain in the middle, kind of put it in the center there, smash it. Just a little twist is all you need. And voila, a perfectly smashed plantain. Perfect, all right, that's our last one. Now these are ready to go back into the hot oil for that second fry. The smell of the plantain frying in the hot oil just reminds me of my mother's kitchen. I'm gonna go ahead and take these out. Oh, these look amazing. They smell so good. As soon as you take them out, you wanna hit them with a little bit of salt while they're still hot so that the salt can stick to the tostones. Perfect. Now I'm gonna repeat the rest of the batch. These are perfect. They are golden, they're crispy, they're hot. I'm so ready to dive in, but first I gotta go grab those sauces. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of each of these sauces into these cute little serving bowls. This is just one of my most favorite things. You've got the salty, crispy tostón and our fantastic dipping sauces. I hope you give this recipe a try and find out why I love tostones so much. Feliz Navidad!
Coming up, make some room at the table. Tiffany Thiessen is whipping up a boozy cranberry sauce, plus a spiked surprise. Then later, comedian Sebastian Maniscalco makes a family favorite that is no joke. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Now, what would a true holiday feast be without cranberry sauce? Well, up next, Tiffany Thiessen is putting a boozy twist on this popular staple.
I love many things about the holidays. I love the more kind of relaxed feel that everybody has. Usually most people are more joyous that time of year. I love that my kids are usually off from school and I get to spend more time with them, more quality time at home, and it really becomes more family time. So ever since I was a little girl, I used to always want to be in the kitchen with all the women in my family because that's where they were. Every single one of them, my mother, my grandmother, my aunt. And I have very early visions of myself peering around the kitchen door, wanting to be in there with them, doing all the fun cooking that they do. There's many times where I love to throw a really good potluck party, like an old school potluck party, which is really fun because I like when people bring some of their favorite recipes. I definitely believe you shouldn't be one to do it all. Like, I believe you're gonna give yourself a headache. It's stressful. The cleanup's a nightmare. You need to delegate. And my mom taught me that. Delegate and you're gonna enjoy it better. I grew up in a family, a very modest family, that my mom really was kind of the queen of leftovers. My new cookbook, Here We Go Again, is all about leftovers. She was really the one who inspired this book. So, you know, I really learned the value of food and also really wanting to teach my children now the importance of food waste. It's really perfect for the holidays because I feel like we all have holiday leftovers. So this actual recipe comes from taking the cranberry sauce that most people always have leftover cranberry sauce and doing a really fun cocktail out of it. I, of course, am a homemade cranberry sauce girl. It's funny, my husband, Texas boy, grew up with the old school canned, you know, sliced cranberry sauce. I did not grow up that way. I grew up with homemade, and it's kind of just something that I absolutely love. I'm gonna show you today how I make one of my classic dishes, the blood orange cranberry sauce that I always have on my table. But I'm also gonna show you what you can do with leftover cranberry sauce, and I'm gonna show you how to make it into a cocktail. So first, we're actually gonna take blood orange soda. Now, if you can't find blood orange, you of course can do regular orange. And we're gonna actually put this on the stovetop and get it simmering. And what's nice about this is the color. And of course, color means a lot during the holidays. Now we're gonna take our dried oranges and we're gonna chop these up. And it's gonna get the moisture from the soda and all the other liquid is gonna actually get them all soft again once you put them in with the cranberries. So once you have your orange soda starting to simmer, you're gonna take your oranges, you're gonna take your cranberries whole, and you're gonna take your sugar, and you're gonna add it all the way over here. So we're gonna take our oranges, cranberries, sugar, mix this all up, and already it's smelling so good. Then we're gonna take our pomegranate molasses, and then we're gonna take our liqueur, and this is just 2 tablespoons. And what I love about them too is it really gives that gorgeous kind of like dark color that you want for your cranberry sauce. Let's not forget to pinch of salt. We're gonna let that sit and do its thing for about 10 minutes until all the cranberries really break down and get really super soft. The holidays always means that I break out my special silver that came from my dad's side of the family. Oh, it smells like the holidays already. Cranberry sauce is one of those staples on every holiday table. I love it on, of course, my turkey or any sort of protein that you have for your holidays. So this will go, of course, right to the holiday table, nice and warm. Of course, you always have leftover cranberry sauce, so I'm gonna show you what to do with your leftover cranberry sauce. We're gonna make a really special cranberry sauce cocktail. All right, so we've got our little shaker with ice already because you want your cocktail chilled. We've got our bourbon. Of course, you could use whiskey, any sort of whiskey you want, or even tequila could work in this. But I like the smokiness of the bourbon. Then we've got orange juice. Again, really nice, complements the cranberry juice, the citrus. And then we're gonna take our cranberry sauce. And yep, we're adding it right to it. All right, we do a little shaky shake. I love this shaker because I've had it for almost, gosh, I wanna say like 30 years. A lot of memories have come from this shaker and a lot of forgotten memories that I wanted to forget from the shaker. And then you pour this over a nice size ice cube. Look how pretty that color is. Cheers! Happy holidays from my family to yours. Yeah, it's gonna be a good holiday.
Now don't forget, if you want to make any of these recipes at home, just scan this QR code below. Coming up after the break, we're going to visit comedian Sebastian Maniscalco and his family for a truly tasty Italian classic. Welcome back to Hometown Holidays. Our last guest loves a great meal almost as much as he loves making folks laugh. Comedian, actor, and podcast host Sebastian Maniscalco is joined by his longtime friend, whipping up a beloved family staple.
I find a lot of comedy happens around the holidays, at the table, with family, and my family's been very, very accepting of me kind of poking fun at them. We celebrate Hanukkah and Christmas. We honor the traditions of Lana's family and my family. The kids love Hanukkah. They're lighting the candles, they're saying the prayers, and they also love Christmas with the Christmas tree. During the holidays, if you go on social media, you'll start seeing families dress alike. And I used to look at that and go, look at this. Can you believe that these people are doing this? Well, now I'm in matching pajamas with my wife and kids. Now I actually look forward to what kind of pajamas I'll be wearing Christmas morning. Sad, sad. Food really in our family has been a tradition of getting around the table, talking to one another, making each other laugh. Every Sunday we used to go visit my grandmother, and it would be part of the quote unquote Sunday supper menu. There'd be pasta, there'd be eggplant. So over the years, I became very fond of her eggplant. Now, she had passed away, that recipe kind of passed away with her, and I came across this eggplant that Dom makes. I'll never tell him this, that it's better than maybe my grandmother's, but it's pretty damn good. We are here at my home in Los Angeles with Chef Dominic DiBartolomeo. And today, we're gonna make some eggplant. So take us through the process here.
Sure.
Dom.
So I think the first thing we're gonna do, and a lot of people make eggplant parm with the skin. For me, I like to do it without the skin. We're gonna take off the head, we're gonna take off the tail, and then from here, we're just gonna peel it.
Do you reuse the skins for anything?
So,
because I know we got people out there going, oh my God,
He's
he's
throwing
throwing
it
out the
away.
thing. He could use that to...
So you could use this if you were gonna make like a caponata or something like that. You absolutely could reuse it.
Okay, cool. But today, we're throwing it out.
Next step, guys, we're gonna take our eggplant and we're gonna slice it on the mandolin. The key here is to get it nice and thin because that's what's gonna make the great texture of the eggplant. So we have our slices of eggplant here. There's a lot of different ways to bread these. We're gonna take it from a beaten egg into the breadcrumb, and then we're gonna lay it out nicely on our platter.
Okay. The breadcrumb is store-bought, right?
So look, I mean,
Sit down. Just answer the question.
yes, the breadcrumb is store-bought,
Okay.
and there's nothing wrong with store-bought seasoned breadcrumbs.
My grandmother made her own breadcrumb.
Yeah, so
That's why I asked.
yeah.
And you know, that's the problem with this generation, right? So, Dom, I think we got enough slices to get this thing going.
Let's do it. It's starting to bubble a little bit. You want to throw a piece in there?
Yeah.
Good. Beautiful. Nice, look at this. So 2 to 3 minutes on each side, we'll get a nice golden crisp, and then we'll lay it back into the pan and we'll do our next round.
Okay.
Okay, now that we have the eggplant ready, it's time to layer it in the dish.
All right.
Let's start with a little bit of marinara sauce. And by the way, this is a very simple marinara sauce.
The way you're saying marinara is bothering me.
So now, take the eggplant and literally, it's almost like you're making lasagna. You're just gonna keep layering it so that they're touching, but they're not overlapping. So now another layer of sauce. Perfect. We're gonna take shredded mozzarella. Now grab a little bit of the Parmigiano Reggiano and just sprinkle it over just the way you did the mozzarella. And we'll just keep doing this all the way to the top. This is our last layer. You want to add a little bit more extra cheese, a little more extra mozzarella, a little more extra Reggiano. Okay.
Okay.
That's beautiful. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, we're gonna cover it, we're gonna throw it in the oven at 350 for about 45 minutes, covered, right? And then from there, after about 45 minutes, we'll uncover it and let it crisp up until golden brown, which should be about another 15 minutes.
Okay. Golden brown, bro. Look at that.
Perfect.
So I got my wife and my father here. They're gonna taste test this. Their palate's unbelievable. My father has no filter, so if he tells you, it's gonna be his honest opinion. So we'll take the plates. There you go. This is the eggplant. All right, guys, dig in.
All right, let's do this.
Wow.
Delicious, bro.
Very
This
good,
is
Dom.
so good.
Very good.
So good.
Pretty close to my mom. Eggplant tastes very, very good.
I felt like over the years, Dom has become your second son.
I love Dom's food. I really do. And I believe he is my second son that never had.
Yep.
Well, if I could just say, Dad, thank you.
Get with your family this holiday, share stories, create memories, create traditions, and do yourself a favor. Do something nice for somebody over the holidays. With all that's going on in the world, all that matters to me is family. God, jeez, is that great? No? Why am I not getting an applause?
Well, there's certainly no doubt that family and friends truly makes each of our holiday meals just so incredibly special. From all of us at Today, wishing you a delicious and a very merry holiday season.
Are you ready to get cozy this winter? I'm Today contributor Alejandra Ramos, and I can't wait to bring you 4 delicious dishes that will brighten up your busy holiday season. From delightfully delicious sides to a surprisingly simple yet elegant main, stay tuned because we've got you covered. This is Winter Essentials on Today All Day with our sponsor, Better Than Bouillon. Mac and cheese is one of my go-to crowd pleasers. You truly can't go wrong with this creamy comfort food, but as much as I love the classic recipe, sometimes I want to mix it up and try something a little more exciting. This Manchego mac and cheese with chorizo hits all the right notes. It's cheesy and decadent with the perfect hint of spice. Let's get started with our sauce. So the secret to a great creamy mac and cheese is a bechamel sauce, which is what we're gonna put all that cheese and delicious flavor into. I've already got a stick of butter melting in here, and you wanna do it over kind of a low to medium heat. And then you can add some regular all-purpose flour in there. I like to use a whisk for this so that I can remove any kind of lumps. And the point here is to really cook down that flour so you're getting all the taste of the raw flour out. All right, we're almost there. It's starting to smell sort of rich and nutty, so you can tell that that flour has started to cook down. And now we're gonna slowly add our milk. Make sure that you keep whisking so that that flour butter base doesn't turn into any lumps. All right, there we go. All right, so we need to simmer this for about 10 minutes. That flour and butter is gonna thicken the sauce and you'll see how rich it gets. And now I'm gonna tell you the perfect way to make sure you have the sauce ready to go is you use a spoon. You wanna swirl it right through. And as long as it can hold and coat that back of the spoon, you can even do a little swipe like that. That's how you know it's perfect. And take this off the heat. So we're really gonna pack in some flavor by using the Better Than Bouillon roasted chicken base. I'm using a heaping tablespoon of this, and this is gonna add seasoning and a little bit of depth to our sauce. As soon as it hit the sauce, I could smell that delicious roasted chicken aroma. So cozy. Now we're gonna add some smoked paprika. This adds color and a little bit of that smokiness. Another one of my favorite flavors, and it works really well with the chorizo. And now the star of our show, it wouldn't be mac and cheese without some cheese. So we are using 2 kinds of cheese today. I'm using Gruyere, which is really great for melting creaminess, and then the Manchego, which is a little bit sharper and adds this amazing kind of grown-up complexity to our sauce. And they both go in at the same time. And just stir it in. The heat from the bechamel is going to melt that cheese. All right, so this looks great. Now we can work on the chorizo. This is one of my favorite ingredients. I use it all the time, and this is a fully cooked chorizo. It's different than the fresh Mexican chorizo, so make sure you get this one because the flavor profiles are totally different. For this, I'm just going to cut it into sort of a dice, and then we're just gonna go through and cut them into little cubes. All right, so my pan is turned to medium high, and I'm gonna saute that chorizo. It just takes a few minutes. All right, and you see, once it hit that hot pan, the fat started to come out. There's no need to add any olive oil or butter or anything to this. The heat is really gonna render the fat that's already in the sausage. It smells amazing. It's gonna be so crispy and delicious. The one rule is you can only try like 1 or 2 pieces. Don't eat it all before you add it in the mac and cheese. That's a rule I always break. This looks perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. I can turn off the heat now. And then I'm just gonna use a slotted spoon to take out the chorizo. A little paper towel on the plate is great just to kind of absorb that extra fat. There you go. Last bit. Pro tip, fry an egg in this. It's gonna be delicious. Now we're gonna bring all of these flavors together. It is about to be a mac and cheese party. So we've got the sauce, and if you want to just give it a little stir, just to make sure it's nice and loose. Oh, it smells fantastic. I'm going to add that chorizo now. All of this goes in. Ooh, so gorgeous. So fantastic. That's nice and evenly distributed. And now we can add the pasta, which I've already cooked. And the trick, whenever you're making mac and cheese or any kind of baked pasta, is you want to go 2, maybe even 3 minutes less than what the package instructions tell you to do. Because remember, it's going to continue to cook in the sauce in the oven, and nobody wants mushy mac. All of that goes in. I'm using orecchiette, which is my all-time favorite pasta shape. It means little ears. And remember, anytime you make pasta, you want to save a little bit of that pasta water. This is liquid gold, and this is gonna help you kind of loosen it up a bit. So just add it as needed. The texture you're going for here is kind of like a creamy sort of stovetop mac and cheese texture. For this, I am using just a regular kind of baking dish, ceramic, whatever you have, but you do wanna make sure you butter it first. Make sure every last bite goes in. Not wasting a single bite of delicious mac and cheese. Gorgeous. Then just use your spoon to kind of flatten it out a bit. Make sure it's nice and evenly spread out throughout your pan. And now, for a final blessing, we've got more cheese. Just sprinkle this all over. This is the manchego. And little dots of butter. They'll melt and bubble as we cook. All right, this looks perfect. It smells amazing. And now for the finishing touch, we're gonna pop it into the oven for about 15 to 20 minutes or until it's bubbling and golden on top. Some easy ways to make weeknight meals feel special are lighting a candle, being intentional with your meals, plating them nicely, putting the phone down, and really just enjoying the food and the people that you're with. This looks amazing. Once this comes out of the oven, you can let it rest for about 5-10 minutes, and then you can dive right in. All right, I'm ready to try this. I'm gonna serve myself a nice healthy portion. Oh, so good. You can smell that delicious smoky sauce, the chorizo. The sauce and cheese is so creamy. This is everything I want in a mac and cheese. Okay, gotta get that perfect bite, so make sure you get some pasta and some chorizo. This looks good. So delicious. It's creamy, cheesy. It's got a little bit of a hint of that smoky spice from the chorizo. This is the perfect grown-up mac and cheese. Up next, you don't want to miss my savory braised short ribs. My definition of a comfort food is something that feels cozy, nostalgic, and tastes incredible. In the colder winter months, I love making hearty, aromatic dishes. These braised short ribs are perfect for entertaining, but they're incredibly easy to make. Plus, the leftovers are perfect for any weeknight meal. Let's get started with our braising liquid. So we're starting off with 1 whole Spanish onion. Just pop that back in. You want to do just like a nice rough coarse chop, nothing fancy. Then we're going to do 1 can of pumpkin puree. This is a delicious winter favorite, and I love how it adds a little bit of sweetness to our short ribs. Get all of that in. We're also going to do some tomato paste, which adds nice, rich, concentrated tomato sweetness. And the star of our flavor party, we are using the Better Than Bouillon Italian herb base from the Culinary Collection. This has garlic and herbs. It's so rich with flavor, and it's going to add all of the seasoning to our sauce. For this, we're going to do a 1/4 cup, and I'm just going to spoon it out here. And that just all goes right into the blender. Perfect. And now some red wine. I'm using a dry red wine. And you want to put in about 2 cups or so, depending on the size of your blender. And we're just going to puree until everything is nice and smooth and evenly combined. This looks perfect. It's nice, everything's creamy, evenly combined, so that when those short ribs are braising in it later, you know they're gonna get all of that flavor action. Speaking of short ribs, it's time to sear these off. So I've got a nice heavy Dutch oven here. You really want a good heavy pot because you're gonna be cooking these for a while. My pot has heated up to a medium-high heat, and I'm just gonna add a few tablespoons of vegetable oil. You want a nice neutral oil here. And we're gonna start adding our short ribs. And so for this, we're gonna brown them a couple minutes per side. So typically when I sear short ribs or really any kind of meat, I would add salt and pepper before doing so. But since we're using the Better Than Bouillon Italian herb base, this has all that great seasoning in it, and it saves us a step. So what we're doing here is we're rendering that fat. We wanna see that meat shrink up a little bit and get kind of crispy and brown on all sides. All right, these are looking great. Really want, oh, see that gorgeous color on the side there? All right, these look gorgeous, perfectly browned on every side. So you can take these out. We're just gonna let them rest and hang out while we do the rest of the batch. So searing those short ribs rendered out a lot of that fat, and I want to remove most of that. You want to take out about, maybe like 3/4 of whatever you have in the pan here. Just pour that out. Yes. There you go. Leave a little bit at the bottom there. And now we can put the short ribs right back in. Just nestle them into that pan. Beautiful. We're going to add our braising liquid and just pour this right in. Look how rich and luscious this is. All that in there. And we're gonna do the rest of our wine just all into the pot. Again, this is a dry red wine, but if you don't like to cook with wine, you can even use something like pomegranate juice or cranberry juice. That would be delicious here. And then we're gonna add some water, about 2 cups, and some delicious aromatics. This is some fresh rosemary and bay leaves. But the trick is, remember how many you put in so you can remember how many you need to pull out. All right, so now we're just gonna cover it. Bring this up to a boil, and then once it's bubbling and boiling in there, we can reduce it to a gentle simmer and let those babies cook. You want this to simmer about 3 to 4 hours, and that's gonna vary depending on the size of your short ribs, the pot that you use, and of course, just the strength of your stove. This looks amazing. That sauce is thick and rich. The short ribs are super tender. Some of them even fell off the bone, which is fantastic. That's exactly what you want. So now you want to just pull out those herbs. So make sure you get the little stems from the rosemary, all those bay leaves. This is why I tell you to remember how many you put in. Anytime that I cook something on a slow, low braise, I like to freshen it up at the end. And the perfect way to do that is with some lemon. So I just add a little bit of fresh lemon zest. I just kind of go in like this. I sort of collect it in the top. There's so much amazing flavor and aroma in the lemon peel. This is just really gonna brighten up our dish. Fantastic. And then we're gonna use the juice too. Squeeze this right in. Think of it as like splashing some cold water on your face after a nap. Really just kind of freshens everything up. Time to give these gorgeous short ribs a try. You know I love a garnish, so let's add a little something fun on top. I've got here some creme fraiche, which I think is just so fantastic because again, there's a little bit of acidity in the creme fraiche that is gonna be so great with these rich short ribs. And just dollop that on top, so pretty. And then we're gonna do a little bit of fresh parsley on top. If you prefer cilantro, that works too. I love that. Just again, a little bit of freshness. And then the perfect finishing touch, just a little sprinkle of flaky salt. How gorgeous is this? What a perfect winter meal. See how tender it is? You don't even need a knife. It falls right off the bone. It is rich. There's a little hint of sweetness. You're getting all that gorgeous garlic and herbs from our Italian herb base. I love dishes like this time of year. It's rich, it's hearty, it's super cozy. The perfect way to end your day. Up next, I'm gonna introduce you to one of my childhood favorites, tostones. Stick around. Welcome back to Winter Essentials on Today All Day. One of the first dishes my mom ever taught me how to make is tostones. These salty, crispy fried plantains have a place in just about every Puerto Rican meal. While tostones are perfect with just a sprinkle of salt, they're even better with a couple zesty dipping sauces, so let's whip those up first. First up is mayo ketchup. Here we've got some mayonnaise in a bowl, and then we're just gonna add some ketchup to it, and then we're gonna spice it up a little bit. We're gonna add some fresh lime, and then of course it would not be a Puerto Rican recipe without a lot of garlic. All right, this looks perfect. I'm gonna set it aside for now and let it hang out. Now we're gonna make a garlic citrus mojo. We're gonna start off by mashing some garlic. So I'm gonna add a little salt here, and this just creates some friction. And then we add our garlic cloves, a few at a time. And then we just mash. You really kind of want this to be a nice sort of a coarse paste, something that looks like this. Oh my gosh, this is the most fragrant smell. Would wear this as perfume. I don't know if my husband would like that, but I do it. And now we're gonna add a lot more fun flavor. Some dried oregano and some cumin. Mix that in. And now we can start adding our liquids. We're also gonna be using our citrus juice. Classic mojo is made using naranja agria, which is sour orange. And those are these guys right here. They are different than the typical orange. I'll show you inside. It's not super juicy, but the juice in here is very, very tart, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's almost like two citrus combined. But if you don't have access to these, you can also just use half lime juice or lemon juice and half oranges. It works just as well. So you can pour those in. So whisk that all together. And then we're gonna add our olive oil. And I like to kind of drizzle this a little bit at a time as I whisked to kind of emulsify it a little bit, which really means just to kind of combine that citrus and the oil together. Beautiful. And we're gonna finish this off with a little bit of freshly cracked black pepper. All right, this looks amazing and smells even better, creamy. We're gonna start making our tostones. Tostones use green plantains. I love plantains. They're sort of a starchier version of bananas. They're definitely in the same family, but they're not like the breakfast banana you usually eat. These are green because they're not super ripe, and that means that they're not very sweet. To cut plantains, you wanna start off by trimming the ends. The best way to take it off is to kind of run the edge of your knife along the peel, just to kind of loosen it up, and then you sort of stick your finger in there. It can be a little sticky. There we go. And just sort of force it off. Once you get in, then it comes off pretty easily. And then you just keep repeating. Beautiful. Tostones are fried twice. For that first fry, we want to cut these into about 2-inch pieces. And I like to add a little bit of a bias, so basically just a little bit of an angle there. So we've got our oil up to 325 degrees, and we're just gonna drop them in gently, just like this. And you wanna see those bubbles start to form. Gorgeous. All right, those are bubbling there. We're gonna let them go for about 2 or 3 minutes. You don't need them to fry completely because we are gonna bring them back in. So you really just want them to get a little bit darker, like a golden yellow. All right, these look ready to come out. And I just like to drain these on like a paper towel lined baking sheet or plate even. That's what my mom would do. See how they have that slightly darker golden color? That's exactly what you're looking for. Gorgeous. And then we repeat with the rest of the batch. All right, so make sure you keep that oil warm because we're gonna use it pretty soon. And now it's time to smash these plantains. You wanna work with them when they're still warm. And if you have plastic wrap, or you can use parchment paper, which is what I like, that's gonna help keep the plantains from sticking to your surface. So, a little parchment paper, a little plantain in the middle, kind of put it in the center there, smash it. Just a little twist is all you need. And voila, a perfectly smashed plantain. Don't feel like you need a perfect oval or circle or anything like that. In fact, I think the best tostones are the ones that are like a little bit crazy shaped. Perfect. All right, that's our last one. Now these are ready to go back into the hot oil for that second fry. The smell of the plantain frying in the hot oil just reminds me of my mother's kitchen. These are gonna fry for about 1 to 2 more minutes. You still want it to be nice and golden. I'm gonna go ahead and take these out. Oh, these look amazing. They smell so good. As soon as you take them out, you wanna hit them with a little bit of salt while they're still hot so that the salt can stick to the tostones. Perfect. Now I'm gonna repeat the rest of the batch. All right, we've got our sauces, we've got our tostones. Now it's time to taste. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of each of these sauces into these cute little serving bowls. Make sure you get some of that garlic in there because that's where all the flavor lives. Oh, I can smell that citrus, I can smell the garlic. This is just one of my most favorite things. You've got the salty, crispy tostone and our fantastic dipping sauces. I can't choose which one, so I'm just gonna go for a little bit of each. Starting with that delicious mojo. Spicy, salty. Let's give them mayo ketchup a try too. Oh, these are amazing. Who made this? So salty, crispy, spicy, delicious. These taste like home to me. Up next, we've got a holiday drink that comes to life during this magical season. A tradition during the holiday season for my family, and I think for a lot of Puerto Rican families, is making coquito to give away. So you make a big, huge batch of it, and then you put it in bottles with little labels, and you can bring it to friends, to neighbors, family members. Growing up, my mom was in charge of making coquito, and my dad would bring batches of it to work with him. But in recent years, I've totally taken over the job, which my mom is actually glad I've taken over that task. She was happy to relinquish the duty. Welcome back to Winter Essentials on Today All Day. Coquito has its own rich culture and traditions behind it. Just one sip, and I feel like I'm on the island celebrating Navidad with my family and friends. If you love coconut like I do, this is going to be your new go-to drink around the holidays, and maybe even any time of year. Coquito is very simple to make. Basically, if you can open a can, you can make coquito. For this, we're using just a few pretty easy to find pantry ingredients. We're starting off with coconut milk. That goes right in. Next up is some evaporated milk. This is cream of coconut. And now for some condensed milk. This is a very decadent holiday drink. Oh, I love that. How good that looks. And so this is the base of our coquito. Now we can add a little bit of flavor. I love adding some cinnamon, pure vanilla extract. That goes right in. And then I love to add a little salt. And a lot of people don't add the salt, but I like this because I think it really balances out all that rich sweetness, and it just sort of makes the flavors pop. All this into your blender, and you just want to mix it up for about a minute, just so every ingredient is really, really combined. Perfect. Oh, you'll see it's going to be like a little bit frothy on top. So fantastic. Now this you want to pour it into a large pitcher or a really large bowl. And now for the fun stuff. This is white rum. Obviously a Puerto Rican cocktail would not be a Puerto Rican cocktail without rum. I admit that I'm very generous with my rum and my coquito. I do a full 3 cups. All right, want to give that a little stir. And I'm also going to drop in a couple cinnamon sticks. These will infuse the drink with some additional cinnamon flavor. Plus, special little touch, I love adding a whole vanilla bean. So this is the whole vanilla bean, and in order to get that flavor out, what you want to do is you want to hold it down with one finger here, use a paring knife like this, just to split the bean, go all the way down the side, and that sort of releases all that delicious flavor in there, and we can just drop them right in. 1, 2. Now coquito is best served chilled. I like to pop it in the fridge for at least 2 hours before serving, but you can make this in advance the day before, a few days before, as long as it's nice and chilled. After chilling this for a while, the coconut milk can sometimes thicken up a bit, so it's always a good idea to give it a good stir to make sure everything is nice and loose and you get all those wonderful flavors. Because of the richness, I also really recommend serving it either with ice or even in just a very small cordial glass. Today we're gonna go with ice. Just pour it in. Beautiful. And I love a garnish. So we're gonna add a little bit of cinnamon on top, just to dust it over, and a cinnamon stick. Look how festive this looks. Take a little sip. The coconut, the rum, the cinnamon, all of these flavors taste like Christmas to me. This is the perfect holiday drink. I hope you try all the delicious dishes we made together today. I had so much fun sharing them with you. Salud!
The holiday edition of Today Food. This morning, we're throwing a holiday open house.
Instead of a stressful sit-down dinner, why not host a party where guests can mingle, they can mix, they can come and go as they please?
That's right. Today contributor Elizabeth Mayhew is here with a few ideas. I went to a party last night in the neighborhood, and we're going to another one tonight. That's just that. Give us an example. What are you making?
Okay, so we're making right now a tomato basil. So basically, cherry tomatoes, you can get those in your grocery store right now. Some minced garlic.
You're right.
Okay, some fresh basil. Now do all this, like if you're going to the grocery store now,
eggs,
brie, no eggs.
cheese.
This is brie. So you just keep this one little trick with brie. First of all, you can eat the rind, guys. It's totally fine to eat. The other thing about it is to cut it up. If you put it in the freezer for 20 minutes, it's going to be much easier to cut because it's like won't stick. And then just add some olive oil. Now you're going to mix all this together. Some freshly ground pepper.
What are you? Is this a
and
salad?
Salt. No, so this is like almost like a brie caprese. Think of it that way. You're going to mix this all together. Let this sit for like an hour or two. So you could actually make this now.
Yeah.
And like if you're going to do your open house, open houses usually are in the afternoon or evening. Make sure you give clear times of start and finish. You're going to let that sit and marinate. Then you're going to take store-bought puff pastry. Go ahead and you're just going to trim one edge off of one side, and then just take a knife and you're going to trim the edges off the others. Then you're going to take an egg wash, which is just one egg mixed with a tablespoon of water. You're going to brush it all over. And then to adhere this egg is going to act a little bit like a glue. So you're going to just go ahead and put your edges on like that. Okay, and then if you have any extra left over,
Ultimately, does that serve a function, or is this sort of like decoration?
It's actually to keep the sides up. It's going to look great. Because what happens is when you built a ledge, but when you put the filling on top of it, the filling is going to weigh down the puff pastry in the center. So what you want to do is you want to have that nice edge. You're going to spread this all out. You're
almost
going to
like a
put
pizza you're making.
It is, but so you can take that brie. You can put mozzarella in if you want. You can do goat cheese if you want.
And you don't fold this. You just let it go like this.
You just let it go like that in the oven for 15 to 18 minutes. Just go ahead and watch it. And then this is it. That's it.
Delicious.
So you can go ahead and help yourself.
What is this?
So I just call it tomato mozzarella or the tomato brie puff pastry.
There it is.
But you can do that tart with all different things. Now, mulled wine.
We got right to the wine.
Okay, I know. So guys, when you're doing an open house, keep the drinks really simple. So I say serve mulled wine, cider, and like sparkling water.
It smells so good. What about the spices? I mean, is that kind of a key part of making sure?
It's spices. It's mulled wine.
What is that?
Cheers.
Excellent.
What does that
It's
mean?
wine. So use like a Beaujolais Nouveau. Or you don't have to use an expensive wine for this either, guys. You heat it up with some spices. The recipe's online. And then in terms of a dip, this is a really pretty way to serve a dip. You just carve out a whatever that thing is.
Cabbage?
A red cabbage. No, it's not hummus, so it's a pesto dip. It's got pesto, sun-dried tomatoes, and
Dylan
that's
loved
really
your
good.
ham idea.
I loved it because I have a huge ham, and I always think about a ham dinner, but a ham sandwich makes so much sense.
And this ham, like what's great about this, you just put in the oven. The other thing, you really want this stuff to be good at room temperature because you don't want it going bad. I put a little ginger ale on mine to keep it moist, tent it, and then go ahead and you put a glaze on afterwards. And lastly,
What's the must-eat? Is that it? What's
well,
that?
no, and then you serve it with mustard and pickles and really good rolls.
what's the thing at the
and
end?
lastly, my favorite is a Gruyere apple caramelized onion tart, which I suggest you
I want
try.
to thank Elizabeth.
Looks
You can keep
beautiful.
talking. I'll just do my golf announcing voice here. She said you can get the recipes and other festive ideas. Just go to today.com.
We are back dining with the Dailies. What a way to go out in 2021. Carson and my better half Siri are ready to help us celebrate later tonight with a menu full of fun food and drink. And of course, tasting table. Are you ready?
Notice how many cocktails you have on the table there.
It's a little uneven.
It's already happening. Now,
Six cocktails, 3 people.
The first thing I've never even heard of this. Fried saltines.
Well, let's just break. I'm gonna start here. And we thought for New Year's today, a lot of people were reflecting back. So this is gonna represent kind of a retro couple of bites that you could do tonight paired with a cocktail. And then Bingo in a second will take us into the more modern approach.
Era.
Okay.
This harkens back to 1854, the great bar here in New York, McSorley's Ale House. John McSorley, Irish immigrant, comes here, opens up McSorley's, which didn't have a woman go in the bar until 1970. Wow. So it's an old school place. They serve there saltine crackers with cheese and raw onion. I mean, that's an old school place. So this is an elevated version of that. We actually
all you do is you
fry the saltines
in some veggie oil, peanut oil, whatever you have, and then toss them in a little bit of garlic.
We went to
salt,
McSorley's. Remember that?
So what do I do? Put the cheese on
and then you just build a little. So yeah, like tonight, you just build a little, put a little onion on it. It's
yummy.
simple.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
But it's delicious.
Okay.
And then the next one really.
Oh my God.
That's good, right? That's saltines.
What did you put some spices?
It's not the little white,
paprika and
sharp.
garlic powder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
as
love
soon as
that.
they come out of the fryer, just kind of sprinkle them with all that.
Now this one goes back more towards like the 70s and 80s for me. My mom would make this. This is a simple kind of hors d'oeuvre that's based on. This is roast beef, but you could use turkey too. The roast beef's not that appealing on television, but trust me, this is really tasty.
Or you could use corned beef.
You take just some of the cream cheese. We're just going to go ahead and make like a little sandwich spread here, and then we're going to put the pickle in, and we're just going to roll it up.
See, I grew up in the Midwest, and this was a huge staple there too. So I thought it was interesting that we
Does
both
it have a
grew
name?
up.
Well, what we would do is slice this up and
corned
take
beef pickle roll up.
and take a toothpick and put it in and make it bite size. But it's a very simple.
I like it. It's very 70s.
Yeah.
It's better. It's really good. Better. It tastes better than it looks.
All right, now for our cocktail, our retro cocktail, the sidecar, right? Is that what it's called?
Oh, the sidecar.
So the sidecar was named after an American war hero in World War I in Paris. This was made at the Ritz Hotel in Paris.
It's all the facts.
And the American captain
Is this true?
was on a motorcycle. Totally true. I don't mess around with my cocktail facts. Every other fact out of my mouth, lie. Not my cocktail facts. So the captain, this was named after the sidecar on his motorcycle.
Wow.
I did not know
And it's
that.
a little bit of bourbon.
Okay.
It's a little bit of
Lemon juice.
Lemon juice. And
Cointreau.
Cointreau.
What is that?
It's awesomeness in a glass.
And you
Yeah.
shake it up. It's just an old school, cocktail.
my.
There you go. And here they are, served with a little
Yeah.
orange
Serve it low.
peel
Nice.
rind.
Nice.
Which, yeah.
Where's this been?
Yeah,
all
so
my
that's
life?
kind of the retro.
All right, so now
There you
for
go,
the
go
modern era, we're going to
my
do a smashed pea ricotta toast. So this is sort of like a basil pesto, but you add peas to it, and it becomes super bright and refreshing. And this is a toasted baguette, ricotta, and some honey. And you're just going to
Peas were first discovered in the late 19th
Oh my
century.
gosh,
Southern
enough.
part of our
You're like
country.
Cliff Clavin.
Based on the sun would make the peas
Napoleon
grow.
actually had these.
A little red pepper flakes. Or you know what I was thinking? You could also do like pomegranate seeds to make it like red and green and festive.
That's more
So that's super yummy.
What's this? This is speaking to me.
Is something that our kids love, or old Jack loves.
We
Our
all
kids
love
just
it.
like the crispy rice. So get some leftover sushi rice is best for this because it'll fall apart if you use if you cook rice right on the go.
Where do you get sushi
I mean,
rice?
just go to get takeout.
Or if you order sushi, just get extra rice.
Yeah,
These
just
are the
get
best.
rice.
okay. And then
That's the best way to do this. And then you form them into these little rectangles. Fry them like a few minutes per side until they get nice and golden in some veggie oil again. Now over here, we have some sushi grade salmon. You can also use ahi. There's mayonnaise in here, sriracha, a little bit of soy sauce, sesame oil. Stir that up and then place it on your crispy rice.
I love that.
Top it with some sesame seeds and it's just super, you can impress your,
Looks
it's
very
really easy to
classy.
make.
People would never
but
make this. They think it's intimidating to make it, but it's actually really easy.
I didn't get
super
one.
yummy.
Oh, you didn't get one?
Oh, you didn't get one.
my
Okay.
gosh.
Well, actually, I ate it.
Oh, you ate it. All right.
But I want another one.
Was it yummy?
It's
Okay.
crazy.
I want to
All right,
try
we only
it.
have a minute
Right?
left, Bingo. We
Okay,
gotta
okay.
go.
Now this is our rosemary fizz cocktail. Again, super easy. This is vodka. We made a simple syrup with just equal parts sugar and water and rosemary, and you infuse the flavor. So that's the simple syrup, lemon juice, and add a little rosemary sprig.
Okay.
I feel like you'll really like this.
I know.
It's really refreshing, and again, just looks festive.
Yeah, the rosemary
All
is
right.
great.
Lime juice that you put in
Shake
there?
it up. Lemon juice.
Lemon.
Yeah.
So you're gonna you could be waking up tomorrow if you've overindulged. Maybe you get overserved tonight. I don't know. Probably you will. But if you're hurting tomorrow, the Bloody Mary recipe. This is a staple.
This is
My mother-in-law loves this more than anything. So shout out to Gigi.
True.
Every time she visits us.
She's like, I don't know. Maybe you
how
could
about
make
a Bloody
me
Mary?
a
That would be
Bloody
good right
Mary.
now. I know. Here it comes, Gigi. But yeah, so I like to add Worcestershire to it. I use just a Mr. and Mrs. T sauce. I make mine strong. I go like half vodka, half
What's
Mr.
your
and Mrs.
secret
T's.
ingredient, which I think is
The secret ingredient is like a sweet pickle juice. Oh. I use like a bread and butter
Bread and
pickle.
butter
I
pickle
put just a
juice.
little because it just really
That's
cuts a lot of the acidity. Otherwise, it's Worcestershire. You got to have the horseradish. You got to have celery, salt, pepper, a little bit of the lemon juice. I top it with celery, beef jerky, whatever. Sometimes I put cheese in there.
The beef jerky is amazing. How
It's
does
got to be
having another
strong.
one of
And
those
it's got to be
crispy
cold
rice
and
do?
lots of ice.
So good.
All right, that's it.
I can't take that.
If you're hosting a holiday party this year, you may be feeling some pressure.
Yeah, the cookies, the cocktails, the cleaning. It's a lot to take on.
So we called on chef and TV host Elena Besser to answer your kitchen conundrums and make life a little easier. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody feeling this holiday season?
We're doing good. We're doing good. All right. So this is the first question, and it comes from Carolyn in Michigan. Let's take a look.
I love hosting holiday parties, but I feel like I never know how to balance my kitchen when I'm making a lot of dishes at once. Do you have any tips?
So?
Oh, yeah. I have some tips for you. Okay. So we want to make sure that we can keep the holiday cheer going this season. And the best way to do that is for this little acronym that I made up, cheer. First of all, clean as you go. You always want to make sure that you do at least one load of dishes before your guests arrive. Always highlight a section of your refrigerator that is exclusively for holiday food and make sure that you label it so that your family doesn't eat any of that food. Educate yourself on exactly what is in your fridge and pantry so you don't buy two of the same thing. I always find that I end up buying extras of things that I already already have. And then execute a timeline so that you can get everything prepped and ready to go so you can actually enjoy yourself when all your guests arrive. And finally, last but not least, read your recipes in advance of hosting. You don't want to run into a situation where you see something and it's going to take way longer than you expected.
Or you don't have something. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
All right, so wait, next up.
Yeah, we got Sawyer on Instagram who wants to know if you have any thoughts on a perfect festive cocktail for a big holiday get-together. Something tells me you know you got an idea.
Oh, yes, I do, Joe. Okay, so I know that we are thinking of a lot of things when it comes to the holiday season. So this is my go-to super simple recipe. It is just Prosecco or champagne with a little bit of pomegranate juice and cranberry juice. You just pop it into a beautiful flute and then top it with a little bit of fresh rosemary.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't it look beautiful? And a few fresh cranberries, and that is literally it. You could batch this in advance if you want. It is so festive and it tastes delicious.
Where's that sample? I know. We didn't get that one today. They're like, no, third hour. You guys don't get any today.
You guys are wired
After
enough.
last time, yeah. Okay, so we have another video question. This one is from Kylie in New York.
Hi, I'm a vegetarian, but most of my family is not. Do you have any suggestions for simple, easy vegetarian or plant-based dishes that I could bring to the holiday party this year that they might like?
That's a good question.
Yes, I love that question. And my sister is a vegetarian, so this is a fun task. I always want to make sure she feels special too. And I came up with such a fun recipe. So you all know the fancy beef Wellington. Well, say hello to the sweet potato Wellington. So this is everything you know and love about a beef Wellington with the mushroom duxelle, but we are swapping in roasted sweet potatoes. Instead of the prosciutto, we're using Swiss chard, and then we're wrapping it all up in puff pastry, giving it a little bit of an egg wash, putting some slits on top so you have a little bit of air passway, and then you'll bake it up. And check out how amazing this looks when you slice it up and look inside.
Wow.
Fancy, right?
Okay. Wow.
It's a showstopper.
Exciting.
Something to try.
Right?
This morning on Today Food, the always creative chef Kathleen Schaefer, co-owner of the Los Angeles catering business Schaefer.
No bugs, just dirt.
No bugs. Okay,
We're gonna
where are
eat
we
some
starting?
dirt.
We're going to
today.
eat dirt. These, okay.
Yes, but it's made with black olives and breadcrumbs. So
Okay.
Cool.
What we do is we these are the ingredients we're using: panko breadcrumbs, some fresh herbs, lemon, garlic, olives, and then we add the olives to the food processor and all of these ingredients. And
we grind up this stuff too?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
get
so
it
this
in
is
there.
all to make an
Get to work.
edible centerpiece, right?
What does that mean exactly?
Yes. Well, you know, we're really trying to show you how to be a guest at your own party.
Okay.
So
Cool.
you can really enjoy yourself.
Okay.
You do all the prep in advance.
She doesn't even know how to stop.
Okay, and then it becomes
And
this.
then-
We're off to a rocky start.
And then it turns into this olive paste.
Okay.
Oh, look at you.
Would it pulse
Willie's
it
a
or just
pro.
pulse it?
If
Yeah.
TV doesn't work out for you,
You think so?
I have a job. Yeah.
Edible
All right.
centerpieces.
So
Cool.
once you get all those ingredients
Is this the
together,
panko?
yeah, you're going to add
Oh.
it to the panko and
Oh, and this is what it becomes.
mix
It does look like
around.
dirt. You're right.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
you toast this. You dry it
Okay.
in the oven for about 3 to 5 hours. You repulse it, and this is what it looks
Look
like.
how beautiful this
Wait a
turns out.
minute.
What
So
did you
what
do here?
happens?
Yeah, so what we do is we set these up, and we do them on a very large scale, but you can do a smaller
beautiful.
one for your holiday table. And it's a lot of fun. And,
So how do you add? Do you add the dressing straight on it? No.
No. So
No,
what
okay.
we do is we take a little plate.
Oh, okay,
and
look.
These are for you guys.
How cute is this?
And we scoop it
Adorable.
up with gardening tools, and then we use our watering cans.
That's the most
So you're
adorable
you're
thing
an
in
artist.
the world.
You're more than a chef. This is art, right? I mean,
thank you.
You are. That's incredible.
Willie.
Is it good?
Oh my God! And with
I'm getting in
the
there.
dirt on it.
Yeah, so you have to try it with the dirt because
That's the best
fun,
dirt I've
right?
ever had.
That
Good,
Really
good.
good.
is delicious. All right, what do we have here?
Okay, so here, this is a kind of do-it-yourself bruschetta station.
Right.
And we made a few different types of toppings. This is crostini, which is a garlic toast.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have, this is a classic tomato bruschetta, tomato, basil, garlic, olive oil. This is our recipe. It is a broccoli pesto, which
Broccoli?
is broccoli.
Here,
It's a
maybe.
little
Get
more
it.
healthy.
So this is so people can help themselves, and you're not running around serving everybody.
Right.
By the way,
Thank
this
you.
is such a good idea because often you think everything has to be prepared and just right,
Mm-hmm.
and people have their own tastes too. They can mix and match,
Mix
right?
and match and make their own, and it's a way for you to really
Good.
participate.
Really good. Really
These are
good.
great, and you
And
just
what's over
have
here?
a nice cheese plate at the end.
Over
Perfect.
here, yeah, cheese and charcuterie is always a great thing to
Okay.
do. You know, a lot of people get lost in how they put their cheese and charcuterie together, and we really like to keep it flowing and dynamic.
These are all unique, clever ideas. Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you for having
Thanks,
me.
Kathleen.
We have last-minute gift ideas for those of you who have been procrastinating. Lifestyle expert, Chanel's like, Lifestyle expert Bahara Taktashian is here to help. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
So you know, this is right up my alley, and I love that you say start with a theme.
Exactly. Yes. If you haven't picked up something at the store that's like already pre-made, do it yourself, make it personal, and yeah, find a theme. So our first theme here is self-care staples. This is for that guy or gal who wants to have a cozy night in. So obviously you need your candles, some dry brushes for your body, a great sleep mask that if you have time you can personalize. If you don't, no problem. I thought of adding like a little bit of a makeup bag.
So someone thinks of you every time they go
Yeah.
into their makeup bag. I love
And
that.
obviously masks and stuff. And the idea is find a color scheme as well. Here we're going for like pastels.
I love that. Okay, and then I am a big person with packaging.
Yes.
It's the vessel that it comes in, and these are so great because you could pick them up at like a Michael's and then reuse them, right?
Exactly. That's what I love about it. Everyone wants to be sustainable and they want to upcycle. So I found these to be
These
so
are great.
adorable for kids because my kids saw them and they're like, can we have that? So all you do is you pick up 3 of these. I added a little bit of fill and then fun little things like fidget toys, crayons, paint. And what I like about this, there's no wrapping paper because a lot of times kids get super impatient. All you have to
So
do,
great.
just put like a nice little ribbon on it, or
Yeah.
and then you can even stack it if
I
you
know,
wanted.
so cute. And then moveon.com.
Yeah.
And then this is great because I love this. People, a drugstore.
Yes.
Is a great place to just pick up last minute gifts to put this whole thing together, the theme.
It's right, and it's all about the thought that counts. But yes, it's your one-stop shop. Again, we're going for one color scheme. Cozy night in is the theme here, so you want your fluffy little slippers, a little bit of hot cocoa. That's
cute.
Some marshmallows that I just repackaged. It was like, just made it cute by putting a bow on. And then, of course, a mug and some teas as well. They can use all of these vessels and containers over and over again.
And in a way, it's personalized. And this is is like making the ordinary extraordinary because
Yeah.
it's not like sexy items, but
No.
items that everyone needs.
This is like things to keep you safe, sanitizer, soaps. You could literally get these at a gas station, just put them in a cute vessel, you're good to go.
And this basket.
And this is like all about toasting the holidays. So I got a cheese board, cheese knives, all sorts of cocktails, and of course a little bit of charcuterie, and you wrap it up in cello paper, put
It's
a
a cello
bow on
bag.
it, and it looks super professional if you
Cute.
have the time.
So let's talk about this crafting
Yes.
idea here, Bahar, because this serves two purposes.
Yes, so obviously kids are home from school. You need to kill some time.
Right.
Give them some paint. Go to your craft store. Get these came all from one store.
Oh, wow.
They're wooden. My little son, he painted these with acrylic paint. He loved it. I thought it was going to be a mess, but guess what? It's super washable as
That's a
well.
great idea.
So we did a little picture frame for grandma, a birdhouse for dad. This would be like a jewelry box.
And when they open it, they're so excited, or when the person who receives it, because they made it.
Exactly. They're not perfectly painted,
Let's
but
do
it
that.
comes from the heart.
Let's talk about these subscription boxes.
Right.
I like all of these.
Literally, there's a subscription box for
For
everyone
everything.
in your life. So this is from Shaker and Spoon. You get this at Crate Joy. It's for cocktails. Bartenders made this.
Every, what, month or every?
It could be every month, every 3 months, every 6 months. With all of these subscriptions, you just have to go to the website to see what the frequency is, but this helps you make your own drinks.
I love
You just
this.
add your own liquor.
And I love that. And for the relative who has everything, these are great. And it's the gift that keeps on giving.
They're so
right?
fun.
How about this one?
This one is from like the little bake shop, the red bake shop, and this is like you get cookies or
That's
cookie
cute.
pies.
Something sweet.
It's the choice
I
of
love
the baker.
I love it. So this is like my new favorite thing. I was reading the back of it. Where's this one? It's got fried garlic, salt, pepper, Szechuan peppercorns, soy sauce, like yummy.
What
yummy.
is that? This is from the Here Market. This is based in Chicago.
Yum.
And these are things that would make any cook add a little bit of pizzazz
Yes.
and spice to their dishes.
Have you had these?
Oh
So
my
good.
gosh. And I'm so into these like
this
chili sauces. You add them
That's
to
cute.
pasta.
I love that. And last but not least.
Last but not least, this is also from the Here Market. It's a basket of like good for you alternatives to snacks. So things that
Ooh.
are still tasty, you know, whole grains, different pancake mixes.
And the person thinks of you every month when they get it. So
That's
thank
so
you
good.
so much
Thank
for
you
your mom's
guys.
birthday. It's
Thank you.
perfect.
That's right.
Thank
All
you,
the Bahar.
Joy.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, guys.
We hope you're hungry for today's holiday handbook because we have food gift ideas to satisfy anybody on your list. Chef and TV host Elena Besser has picked some of her favorites.
This is an awesome company. It's called Ground Up. They're based out of Portland. It is a female-run company that actually employs women who are coming out of experiencing adversity. So people that are, you know, dealing with mental health issues, all sorts of things. And what I love about this is you get a 3-pack for $45, and you're doing good. You're giving back. And yes, give them a try. They're gluten-free. They're peanut-free. All sorts of fun flavors. Coconut. All sorts of things.
Let's
like that.
talk cocktails or mocktails.
Yes, cocktails or mocktails. These are Avec seltzers, and they are 5 grams of sugar or less, but still packed with flavor. They come in tons of fun flavors like yuzu and lime.
They're
you
light.
can either enjoy them with or without alcohol. You just add your own spirit of choice. No alcohol in there, so everyone in the fam can enjoy, and then you and your significant significant other can add a little alcohol to it.
So those of us who were in Chicago for a while, go Wildcats.
Yes, go Cats.
Go Cats. Garrett's popcorn.
Yes.
Super popular.
So I grew up in Chicago. It's my hometown, and my personal preference for ratios are 2 cheese to 1 caramel.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way you should eat it. But these tins are awesome. My family sends them out to all of our friends and family.
People
over
love
the
it.
holidays. They're the best.
Al Roker loves those.
Oh,
He always
I
talks about
fluffy.
that. Yes. All right. Well, what is this?
Okay, so I don't know
This
if
is a great idea.
you've all heard of David Chang, the James Beard award-winning famous chef.
Okay.
He released these amazing ramens. They are the Momofuku Noodle Lovers box. There are 3 different flavors. You get tons of different individual servings in each package.
Okay.
And what's fun about this is it's really easy to make, but at the same time, you can beef it up by adding veggies. You can add any type of meat that you would like, tofu, and it just makes dinner easier, but it's still packed with flavor.
That's good.
Delicious, right?
Yeah, it is. DIY.
Yes, a little DIY hot sauce kit. So anyone that, right?
That's what
It's a fun activity. I'm a huge hot sauce fan. This is a fun gift that you can get interactive with your family and friends. You can make your own hot sauce. It comes with all of the different peppers. You can choose your spice level, all the ingredients that you need, and then you can name it fun names.
This
too.
is fun. If my father's watching,
hot
so
sauce.
you're going to get this. He loves hot sauce.
That's a really good one.
You put it on eggs.
Right, yeah, enjoy it on eggs, my favorite.
good.
And then
All right,
last
last but not
but
least.
certainly not least, these lattes I've become obsessed with. They are called the Clever Lattes. So they have tons of different adaptogens, they have caffeine, but they come in powdered form in all these different flavors. You scoop out any flavor of your choice right into a cup with some hot water. It comes with a frother. You just froth it right on up.
Ooh, look at this.
Wait, that works.
Oh, that's fancy.
Yes, delicious. And they taste so good. They have a mocha flavor, they have a
do the frother thing
matcha,
again.
a golden milk, and this kit comes with the frother.
You guys see that?
Frothers are fun.
They are so
is
fun.
cool.
And then it also comes with a 3-tablespoon scooper and some little flavor dust right on top, which is just it's a little latte flavor dust, a little
Flavor dust.
cinnamon,
I
a little
like it.
extra pizzazz.
You can have a cafe experience. in
Anthony,
the living
these
room.
eggs are
Exactly.
fantastic.
I was just about to say.
These are great eggs,
are
Anthony.
delicious.
Oh my
I
God.
gotta try these eggs.
Please
too.
try the
eggs
eggs.
are
And the hot sauce is
Thanks,
yummy.
Anthony.
Elena, thank you so much.
Thank you so
It's a
much.
win.
Happy holidays,
Good
everyone.
shop. Happy holidays.
Good.
Homes around the country may be filled with the sweet smell of freshly baked cookies this weekend. But this is for us, for all of us. If yours ever turn out not quite right, we've got some help.
Yeah, Tessa Arias is a baker and the founder of Handle the Heat. She's got solutions to the most common cookie problems. I pronounced your last name right?
Yes.
I got you right.
Good
Good.
job.
I'm so glad. Okay, we have the best intentions. We followed the recipe. It seems like we're going to do it right. And yet sometimes the cookies just don't turn out the way
They
we
don't
hope.
turn out quite right. Although there's no such thing as a bad cookie, right? We're still going to eat them.
Okay.
But sometimes when we're baking the recipe, something goes slightly unexpected. And with the holidays, we want to impress our friends and family.
Okay.
So what's the issue here?
What happens
Okay,
here?
so sometimes your cookies can spread into sad, flat
That
puddles in
happens
the
to
oven.
me
Does it?
often.
Why does that happen?
So it usually happens when your butter is too warm. So if we take a look at these two sticks, this one, if I press my finger in it, it's too warm.
Yeah.
Whereas this one just gives a little bit.
give. A
yeah,
little give.
so we want to make sure that the dough and the butter never gets too warm, because then when it goes in the oven, it'll melt into a sad
I think it's strange that I have an impulse just to pick that up and bite it. Like a real
A little Jenna, but I don't blame you. We love butter.
I put melted butter in before
Me
just
too.
so I think it's quicker.
because it calls for it.
Yes, exactly. The recipe was created for melted butter, so the chemistry is going to be a little bit different.
Okay.
That's exactly
Okay,
what baking
so
Now this is supposed to be a problem, but this looks amazing. It looks
What's
like a
wrong with
dumpling.
these?
Okay, so sometimes if your cookies turn out too thick,
Yeah.
they get a little bit doughy or gummy in the center, or they get hard like sad hockey pucks.
Oh,
This is not.
That's not sad. Okay. So what do you do there?
So if you like thick cookies, then
Do
you
it,
want
yeah.
this, then you want to add a little bit of extra flour to the recipe.
Oh,
If you
okay.
don't want them to come out as thick, you want to make sure that you're either using a digital kitchen scale when you're portioning out your ingredients, which I promise is so quick and easy.
Wait, for your ingredients?
Yes, so if you're measuring your flour, your sugar, this will make you a perfect baker.
But wait, don't you just put it in a cup? Like, here's a cup full of flour, and then you weigh
I love
it?
my scale. I promise it's quicker. There's less
But how do you
dishes.
do it? So you pour the flour on here?
So let's say I had a mixing bowl. I'd put it on here. I'd press 0 to take away the weight
take
of the
away the
mixing
weight of the
bowl.
bowl. And then you dump
add in
it
your
in.
ingredients. Yeah.
That's so interesting.
That's how the professionals do it. I promise it's
No, we
easier.
are shocked by that.
We
Have
don't-
any of y'all ever done that? No, you have not.
Okay, one of you has to try at the end of today. I promise
All right.
you will be convinced.
Now, what
Okay,
about
so
this
for
one?
this-
Looks perfect, right?
These are the perfect cookies. So they're perfect because we did a few little extra glamour tips for
Okay,
them.
what'd you do?
So one is measuring out your cookie dough with
a
a
scoop.
scoop. That makes it quicker, easier.
Mhm.
Every cookie will be the same size, and there's no fighting over who gets the bigger cookie. Before you put the cookie dough balls in the oven, if you're making chocolate chips, just dot a few chocolate chips
Ooh, add extra.
on the ball. And that
I
way
like
they
that.
look pretty,
I
and
like
everyone
that.
knows they're chocolate chip, not raisin. 'cause I don't
Okay.
like
What's this
raisin.
thing for?
Okay, so when the cookies come out of the oven, you can either use a glass, or if you have a measuring a biscuit cutter like that, you take the cookies. They're still hot right out of the oven. You use this, and Jenna, literally, you just go like this.
What? Why?
And it reshapes it into a perfect circle.
Oh,
What? So if
nobody's
you ever
ever
have
heard
a
of that.
blobby cookie that kind of looks crazy, you want it to be just
That
a
doesn't
little
work.
bit bigger. So try that one. There you
Yeah.
go. You're a pro.
Look how you do that. You're a pro. All right. What if the bottom's burned, which
Okay,
happens?
so if
Yeah, I was
your
gonna say,
cookie
the best
bottom's
of us.
burned, happens all the time. You can usually smell it when it starts to happen. Using a dark coated baking sheet like this will create so many issues with burnt bottoms. So instead we just use a light.
Why? Why?
Really?
So this dark color will conduct heat more aggressively.
Because dark colors
Wait, so
attract
many
heat.
things are flashing to my mind
Yeah,
right now
but
of
that's
burnt
true.
things of my past. I only
That's
have
right.
this kind.
It wasn't even your fault.
So
it
you
was
need
the
to get
pan.
this one.
So we need
Do you
lighter
have this
colors.
kind?
No, I only have this
Me
kind.
too.
I didn't
And
even know
can you
they...
think of a million things
million-
burnt that
which-
I'm blaming on this tray?
All right, we only have a couple of seconds,
Okay,
but
okay.
let's decorate.
Okay, so Jenna, why don't you take this?
Okay.
Squeeze bottles are easy. They're easy for kids, and
what
we
do you
can just
put in there?
decorate
Oh,
little
just-
lines. And this is just powdered sugar and water. It's super
What?
simple. So
How do you make
even
it?
the little ones can do it.
Okay, and why do we have a taco shell?
That's a tortilla.
Tortilla for storing
Do you know what a
cookies.
tortilla is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please.
What's it for?
Helps to keep your cookies nice and soft.
Wait,
so
you put
can
it
make
in?
them days in advance, store them in an airtight container.
You put this in?
Yep.
Why do you do that?
Not
It's kind of like brown sugar where you need something to help with the moisture content in the container so it doesn't dry out.
Oh
Wow,
my,
you
and you
know
put the
all the
top on it.
hacks.
I did write an
That's-
entire cookbook on cookie baking, so I know all the tricks.
She's very
All the
experienced.
hacks.
All right. Thank
okay,
you so
thank
much. We
you.
appreciate it. To get Tessa's sugar cookie recipe and her cookie solutions, all good, head to today.com/food.
Christmas-themed Cooking with Cal, and we threw Ollie into the mix this time. We are going to make my Aunt Tilly's Christmas cookies. I've made it before, but never with the boys before for Cooking with Cal. This is just a holiday favorite in our house. Watch. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Aunt Tilly's cookies.
Aunt Tilly's cookies. These are my Aunt Tilly's cookies. We make them around Christmas, right?
Yeah.
So let's make some Christmas cookies. Yep, that's baking powder.
Mommy.
And gently stir it together. Gentle. Now finish this up. Stir that together gently. Okay, well done.
Gosh. Donkey.
Okay. In the bowl. In the bowl. What are you doing?
Oh
We'll fish the shells out. Just what?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Gosh, you need napkin. Napkin. Oh my god.
Crisco.
Crisco. Already.
This is melted and cooled, so we don't scramble the eggs, okay? So pour it in very slowly. And a set.
Can I
pour the whole
this
bottle
whole
in.
one? Whole one? Okay.
All right, watch.
This is how you do it, see?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is gonna get my hands dirty.
So we're gonna put them in for 15, but we're gonna check them at 10 and see how they look. See how they're not like golden brown?
Yeah.
But they're nice and fluffy?
Yeah.
And then the underside is golden brown. That's how you know they're done, but we want to keep them nice and fluffy, okay? All right, they're nice and cool. Who's ready for the best part?
Me.
Okay, what are we gonna do now?
Yeah, they are hard.
Make the icing. You dump in some more of that anise flavor.
All of it. Can I smell? Can I smell it? Can I smell?
Put in just enough water to make this a nice frosting, but we don't want it too runny.
How are you guys doing? I wanna. How about you help Ollie and I can do this by myself? Why is there so much sprinkles?
Nice. Are you ready to taste? Even though we've been licking our fingers the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay, pick your favorite one.
I want this one. No, I don't want this one.
Tough decision.
I want this one.
All right, let's see how they are. They're so good, aren't they? Like it all. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. Today Food, we have an extra sweet special to tell you about. On our streaming channel Today All Day, we are bringing you today's Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. I'm going to take you all across the country to sample cookies from all 50 states plus DC and Puerto Rico.
Oh, I love that's a lot of cookies. We all shared some of our favorite recipes. I shared a recipe for snickerdoodles, which I just love, and it's super easy. Craig shared one of his mom's go-to recipes, and Dilly Dilly represents New Jersey with a classic Italian cookie. So you can get all of these recipes. You can scan the QR code right on your screen.
Well, another...
The tasting table is loving it.
Munching. Cookies,
Yeah.
glass of milk there. Another great baker who joined in on the fun, and she's with us in studio, Zoe Francois. She's the genius behind the popular blog Zoe Bakes, and she's going to share her cookie. It's in honor of the great state of Vermont.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What are we making?
We are making a maple raisin holiday cookie.
Wow.
With real maple syrup, not
Real,
the fake stuff.
of course, of course. Straight from Vermont.
Okay.
It's made with whole wheat flour,
maple syrup, and raisins, which all are in honor of my youth in Vermont. Very
looks
healthy.
like a gingerbread in color,
Yeah,
but okay.
yeah.
And it kind of tastes that way. I snuck one in the back.
Yeah. So it's really healthy. It's really delicious. All we're doing is mixing together some butter, some whole wheat flour, the maple syrup.
Okay.
Just do that right in a bowl, and then we're gonna roll it out either on parchment paper. It's a very sticky dough, and we want it to stay that way.
Okay.
And so we'll roll it out on parchment paper, and then, or on a marble, because that'll keep it nice and firm.
Now, how are we getting the raisins in there?
Then we're going to fold raisins. We're going to chop up some raisins, fold them right in, and then roll it out again.
Oh, okay.
And then
So
we're
they're
just
in the back.
so it's right in there, and you really want to press it in there so that they're even poking through.
Okay.
And then we're just going to use
that's cute.
a
Okay.
nice little stamp. Stamp those out.
Okay. Obviously, any shape is
Any shape.
is
If it
good,
gets
but this is for
sticky-
Christmas time.
You don't want to get too thick, I guess, for
Yeah.
your
You
dough.
want it to be nice and thin and crispy.
Okay.
So, and just have that really beautiful chew of the raisin.
All right.
So we
You
stamp
transfer
these
those.
out, put them onto the sheet, bake them up until they're nice and crisp.
Okay.
And then
we
we
put
have
some icing on
yes,
top.
this
Oh,
is
show
this
us-
is the best
this
part.
is it.
This is the
your-
best part.
Okay.
This is all about.
So you're on a wire
Vermont.
rack to cool.
Yep. And then we're just gonna add.
I baked.
We're gonna add our Vermont maple syrup.
Okay,
and we're
just some confectioner's sugar.
just confectioner sugar and maple syrup. That's it.
Big too.
We're very impressed with ourselves for knowing.
And we're just gonna stir that together until it's really nice and
Oh,
smooth,
yum.
and it's the perfect consistency so that it's gonna cling to the cookie.
Syrup and sugar, that's got to be pretty sweet.
It's
Which I like.
It's sweet,
Yes,
but it's
exactly.
also going with a cookie that's not terribly sweet.
Yes.
So
What do you
this
guys
is
think?
like the crown.
How are the cookies going down?
Yes.
Can't even speak.
Yes.
Really?
Done.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Is this yours, Dylan?
Show us your drizzling
That one's
technique.
mine.
Because
Yeah,
we have a few
once
seconds.
you have your glaze made up, we're just going to put it into a piping bag, cut a little hole, and then you can just drizzle it.
Oh,
right on
lovely.
top.
That looks so pretty.
Well, that is just gorgeous.
Yeah.
So
And then
we-
you could add sprinkles or whatever you want to make it festive.
Well, that is just
I kind of like the
beautiful.
rustic look, though.
I do too. You can go to today.com. We're just getting started with the cookies, as mentioned.
Yes, make sure to watch today's Great American Holiday Cookie Swap, and you'll be talking like me. It's streaming on our streaming channel today, and we are also going to be raising awareness for our friends at Feeding America.
Everyone loves to receive homemade treats this time of year, and there's nothing better than a big tin of Christmas cookies.
Well, folks, we're about to blow your mind. What if I told you You only need one dough.
What?
One recipe to make
No.
5 different kinds of cookies.
I don't believe it. Okay, I'd say that's pretty sweet. And we've got the cookie queen right here, Kristen Tomlin. She's the founder and CEO of Dough, and opened the first cookie dough scoop shop. It's right here in New York City. And Kristen, you have to help us because one dough for 5 different cookies sounds like a miracle.
I mean, we're all so busy this holiday season. I'm going to simplify the baking process, make it super easy. So we've got this one cookie dough that's going to turn into 5 different really yummy flavors, and it's fun for the kids, the whole family.
Okay, so tell us what we need to do.
So
You
this
can put
is
us to
unique
work.
because it starts with brown butter.
What exactly is brown butter?
So you just toast it, and it essentially just brings out this really deep, nutty flavor. So you'll know it's ready when you smell it. So let that go.
Okay.
And then once you have your brown butter finished, you're gonna stir in a few more tablespoons
Butter
of
on butter.
butter on
Yeah.
butter on butter.
Yeah.
Butter to butter.
Yes.
Butter to butter is a great ratio.
Great ratio, but the brown butter brings out the other flavors in the cookie dough, like our brown sugar, like our vanilla, and then this recipe has an extra egg yolk, so 1 egg plus 1 egg yolk. It's gonna make our cookies extra soft and chewy, like really gooey in the middle and crispy on the outside. That's my favorite.
Okay.
And the last little hint is.
Oh, wait, do I need to keep this going?
Well, you can if you want, but it's up to you. You're the cookie pro.
Are we
I
gonna
hear
add
you're,
I love a
you're making
cookie. Yeah,
cookies
you
all
want
the
me to
time with
fold
your
it in?
kids. Yes.
You make
I mean,
folded it.
around the holidays,
Yeah,
we
he
make
knows
cookies.
folding like the
Fold.
right term.
I don't believe this.
Okay.
Watch me fold.
No,
You're on this.
No. Let's see. Is he really folding, Kristen?
No, this isn't folding yet. He's just adding the dry ingredients.
I'm just
No.
adding it. It's a hasty fold.
It has a tiny bit of cinnamon, so it gives me all of those warm,
Yeah, that's a
cozy
great idea.
vibes of holiday.
So did he do an okay job
Yeah,
at
he's
this?
actually doing a great job. The mixer does most of the work in this case,
The
so you're just
mixer.
going to mix it until combined, and then it looks like this.
Okay.
This is where you guys get to have fun. We pull the kids in and say, add whatever.
Oh, so
nice. You put them
Okay.
in. What
We
do you
do it?
want? You
Okay.
want chocolate? You
Yeah.
want peppermint?
I like a
pieces?
peppermint.
Mix it all
Now,
together.
Kristen, I want to be clear on national television. It's okay to eat the cookie dough, right?
So if your cookie dough has pasteurized eggs and heat-treated flour like my dough that we ship nationwide, if you're not
Yes.
making it at home, is safe to eat.
Does
These
yours
we're going to
have
bake
pasteurized
completely.
eggs?
I don't know, but I eat it anyway. I've been doing it for years, and I'm still
So
here.
fold, this is where you fold. This is the folding
is the
technique.
fold,
You
yeah.
fold it in, exactly.
Get
And then you're
folded.
going to want to grab a cookie sheet.
Okay.
Line the cookie sheet with parchment paper so that the bottoms don't get brown and everything bakes
Oh, that's a good
evenly.
point.
And another tip is to rotate your cookie sheet halfway through baking.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of
Okay.
ovens are really uneven.
Right. Mhm.
So use a cookie scoop.
Yeah, or an
scoop it
ice.
out.
Can't you use an ice cream scoop?
Yeah,
big-
yeah.
That you
And you
want
can
them
even
bigger than that?
Oh,
Dip
look
it
at
in
you.
some more topping so it comes out.
Can I just ask if you put that little thing, does it make a nice size cookie?
That's a little bit of a
small.
smaller
Yeah, it's a small
cookie,
cookie.
but when they're small, you can eat about 100 of them. That's the rule.
That's true.
You didn't know that?
Just pop
Yeah,
it.
I knew that.
So onto the same dough, we're going to make
Sorry,
it into.
can I ask what happened here?
I ate it.
Can I ask what
yeah,
happened
can
there?
I'll finish.
You're going to take the same dough, you're going to roll it in the sanding sugar, and then these are going to turn into our peanut butter blossoms. So you can just use these little drops. When it comes out of the oven, press them into the top.
Why peanut butter?
Well,
Or
did
not.
I say peanut butter?
Yeah, you said peanut butter.
I meant peppermint.
Peppermint blossoms.
It all starts with a P.
Yeah, it sure
He got-
does.
He got me distracted by eating
Now,
the cookie.
can I?
By the way, these
but
are
you can
so
do.
so
Is it
good.
good?
Yeah.
They are good. Yes, the brown butter is really yummy.
Look how
And then
pretty.
other options for this cookie dough to turn it into something special is like a slice and bake. You can add some sprinkles, dip it in some white chocolate.
That-
You can do a stuffed cookie cup. So this one has a mini peanut butter cup in it. This one has chocolate truffles in it.
What?
And if you're
do
doing
that,
something for
yeah.
the whole family, you can make it into a stuffed skillet cookie. You can add some ice cream on top. This is best served warm. And in the middle is chocolate hazelnut spread. So
Like-
it's a little.
Wait, like
Yes.
Nutella?
What are you
Yes.
doing?
You have Nutella in the
It's
middle?
in the
How
middle
do you
of
do
this.
that?
So you just press down the cookie dough on the bottom, and then you put a half of a cup of, you could do peanut butter in this case, you could do the chocolate hazelnut spread, and then you put the cookie dough on top, pop it in the oven for about 30 minutes. It is so good, warm, and just
Wow.
straight
Can we
with a
also
spoon.
just talk about what you did with this one?
Right?
What
this
is
is
this?
white chocolate chips, regular chocolate chips, candy coated chips. This is like my amazing candy drop cookies.
Candy
So-
drop.
The holidays are here, and there's no time like the present to start stocking up on sweet treats.
Okay, are we going to make these for Christmas or for Thanksgiving? What do you
Everything
say?
in between.
Okay.
Let's
Thank
start
you.
today.
Thank you. So, and our friend from Milk Bar, Christina Tosi, has you covered with her 7th book that's all about the cookies. The cookies.
Why, by the
cookies.
way, Christina, I just want to
Sorry.
point out this window, we never out this window.
They want your cookies.
Out
They
this
need
window.
cookies.
We never have this many people.
You're on
but
TV.
today, with Christina Tosi in the house, we got a huge crowd. So we want to say thank you. All right. So your cookie obsession started when you were what, 4 years old, 5 years old?
Yeah, I mean that was my entry into the kitchen. Do you bake with like the children in your life?
Yeah.
That was how I got started.
Yes.
But that's like the superpower of a cookie in my opinion. Like that's where it all started for me. It's why we serve the best cookies at Milk Bar.
Yeah.
And that's what this cookbook is all about. The infinite possibility of what a cookie can do, but also the underdog nature of a cookie. Because we all know a cookie, we all love a cookie, right? Like it's humble.
Think a cookie is an underdog?
In the pastry world, I mean there's croissants, there's layer cakes, so cookies. Thank you.
Yeah, when there's an eclair in the world, a cookie is.
But cookies need a spotlight, and that's what this cookbook is all about.
What's the name of this cookie?
So this one is the candy bar snap.
Wait, don't tell me that's caramel.
It's a peanut butter caramel.
Jeez.
Right? This is like my love letter to one of my favorite candy bars, which has pretzels and peanut butter and caramel. So you're exactly, Jenna. You look at you. She's a
and then
pro.
you just use the same thing?
That's it. You spread the caramel around. Hoda,
Yeah,
I'm getting you in the
what do I
game.
want? What do you want me
2
to do?
pretzels
2, perfect.
on
How
this
cute.
cookie. I mean, you can do
1.
whatever you want to do. You can do more pretzels, less pretzels.
Okay.
Then we're going to melt down some milk chocolate with some vanilla extract and some oil to give it a little bit more flavor and fluidity.
Okay.
And as it melts, we are going to start dipping the cookies. So come with me.
Okay.
So we
wait,
have.
what's happening here?
This is for another cookie that I brought you. Look at you. So we have this vanilla milk chocolate. This is a chocolate wafer, peanut butter caramel. You're gonna go cannonball in head first,
Head
right?
first?
Boom. I guess that's technically not a cannonball.
And then what? Then you put it
And then
all
you're
the way
gonna
under?
take your fork and you're literally going to just flip it.
Flip it with your fork.
Upside down.
Push it.
Yeah, I got a little towel for you.
Oh my
And give it a
God.
little tap. So this cookie is like the cookie you dress up for any holiday season. It makes a great gift. It's great for like the Santa Claus table, whatever it is.
It's so cute.
And then you let this cookie rest and coat. We make a peppermint bark version of
I
this
was gonna
that's
say.
coming onto the menu
It's
at Milk Bar.
I was going to say, that
Crazy.
sounds great.
So you just let it harden, and that's it?
That's it. You can either
Put it in
harden
the
it in the
fridge?
fridge, you can leave it out at room temp till that chocolate sets, and you get
Wait,
these
look at it.
beautiful.
Oh, wait.
Okay, you do a little beauty snap for me, Hoda. Let's
Okay,
see.
we can split.
We'll split it.
Well, no.
Here,
We can't split. I'm going to go ahead and eat my own.
So you give it a little crack in half, right? Look at the caramel coming out. This is what it's all about.
Wow.
Cookie land. Cookie land.
That is
now we're
sick.
going next is a jelly donut cookie.
Okay.
So we use fryer oil to make a cookie dough. We cut
What's
out the
fryer
round.
oil?
It's, when you have fry night and you're making French fries or funnel cakes, you
Okay.
save that oil
Okay.
and you use it in a recipe. It's actually the secret ingredient in the newest cake at Milk Bar called the apple cider donut cake.
Cider donut.
Right, where you would normally put oil into a baked good recipe,
what do we do?
you put it into a cake. So, Jenna, you're gonna fill
Come
the
on,
bottom.
girl.
Is this just
with,
jelly?
This is raspberry jelly. It's whatever kind of jelly
look at
donut
how
you
nice
want.
that is.
A little bit of frosting
more.
on top. There, yeah, more is more, right, Hoda?
Yeah, more.
Here we go.
You don't want it to
some some sprinkles on top,
And you just make
and then
it
you
cheese.
layer
Top
it.
it?
That's it. So this is
Jelly.
like basically. I also have a.
What's that?
Oh,
this
we
is
wanna
a
eat that.
a s'mores cookie, chocolate marshmallow swirl s'mores.
Wait,
cookie.
is this hard to make, this one?
This one is super simple to make. It's a chocolate cookie dough, some graham crackers. You swirl a little marshmallow fluff. And like, if you're worn
my
out on
God.
cookies, we got you at the bakeries. We'll ship it to you direct at milkbarstore.com. Or
They're great gifts.
you just go. You get the All About
Christina?
Cookies cookbook. There's a world of cookies
This
waiting
is
for you.
amazing. You're unbelievable. For these recipes, go to today.com/food. with
eat it.
Today
Jelly's a
Food,
cough.
a sweet take on one of our favorite holiday traditions. We're talking cookies.
All right, here's how it's going to work.
Yep.
We're each going to explain our favorite holiday cookies, and then we're going to let you vote for the winner on today.com.
What you got?
All right, so these are just simple sugar cookies. What makes them special is that my children make them and decorate them. In fact, we did it last night. Our annual tradition that my wife leads. There they are. Now, the ones here are a little prettier. But simple sugar cookie recipe. But again, what makes them special is having the kids decorate them and then eat them together.
Love. Okay, I've got, you guys, an Oreo cookie truffle.
Oh.
Boom, shakalaka.
Okay,
You grind up the Oreo cookies. Hold on. Al, I want you to, hang on. Just pop this in your mouth, Al. Come on. Craig, pop it in. I'm just going to get rid of the ears.
You don't eat the ears?
No, pop it in.
Why don't
Just pop it in. Did you try it? Just get in there.
Why are we eating
Well, you
the
can,
ears?
but
Okay, wait a minute.
It kind of complicates.
Listen,
Stop
you
it.
win.
Thank you.
Like, I can't even.
Get in.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Come on.
That's
Are you
really
kidding
good.
me?
That's good.
Are we
Oh my
dying
God.
right
We're done.
now?
That's really-
Oreo
That's
cookie
like- I
like that.
truffle.
That's like
So you
Oreo
grind up
cookie
the-
Wait,
dough.
how did you?
Grind it up. You add cream cheese. You
my
roll it
God.
around in some sprinkles.
Who's over?
Hoda's love of Oreos,
no.
by the way, it's next level.
No,
That
this
is
is
You tweet
Oreo
about
cookie
Oreos
dough.
all the time.
Is that also
amazing.
dying?
These are
Okay,
some of
go out.
Hoda's
Sorry,
Oreo
These,
tweets.
I'm going to
Wait,
give you
nothing can beat this.
these are
This is
ginger
amazing.
snaps
Best thing
with
ever.
a slightly special ingredient.
What's the special ingredient?
Special ingredient.
Oh my God.
Hang on, tell us before we bite.
No, I think you'll like it.
I don't wanna.
These are a little warmed. Take
Oh,
it.
yeah. I think it. It's in there.
They're ginger snaps.
Is it good?
That's really good.
With bacon fat.
Dude, it's awesome.
As if cookies
bacon
weren't
fat?
bad enough.
Old-fashioned
Little bacon fat.
We just did a segment on lowering your
A little bacon fat.
Dr. John was
and
just here.
nice
That does
spices.
add a nice little flavor to it.
And there you go.
Oh man.
Okay.
Go.
So I have, these are my Aunt Tilly's cookies. This was my great Aunt Tilly. She was Italian. They're traditional Italian cookies. They have that anisette flavor in them. So she just, it wasn't a holiday if we didn't have these cookies. So it's just,
Thank you.
I mean, basic cookie ingredients, a little
look at
Crisco, a little
Cal.
anise flavor.
Oh, look at Calvin.
That was last year, Calvin helping me make the cookies. He loves to help in the kitchen. So
Okay, so I think
Delicious.
so good. I'm not gonna win, but here's my sell.
What?
If you just want a basic yummy chocolate chip cookie, these are the best chocolate chip cookies that I've ever had.
How do you do it?
It's beyond simple. Use a 70% dark chocolate. Why are you making that face? Aren't they good?
Have you ever actually baked these cookies?
Yes, they're so. My friend Chris, it's her recipe, Chrissy's recipe.
Those are
but
good.
just if you want a good chocolate chip
good.
recipe, go to today.com. But Hoda, I gotta tell you,
The Oreo cookie.
my God.
We're going to let the people decide.
Okay.
You vote today.com/food. Check out the recipes.
Oh, wow.
You never know. You never show up to somebody's house empty-handed. So if you're invited to a holiday party, you must bring something with you. How about dessert?
Wait, how did that feel sane coming out of your mouth?
Felt good.
Do you think that's
I'm
true?
going to learn from this segment.
Okay, good. Jocelyn Delk Adams is the founder of Grand Baby Cakes and author of the upcoming book, Everyday Grand. Jocelyn, you make the most beautiful food.
And it's usually easy, too, if you pay
This
attention.
isn't
Am I right?
bad at all.
You sure?
Are you
I
sure?
feel
Because we're
really
not
good
great
about
with
this.
baking.
No,
Okay.
you got this.
Okay.
You got this.
Okay.
Believe, let's do it.
So we start with dry.
Dry
Okay.
ingredients. We're just gonna plop it all together. So since we are making gingerbread, we need all the spices. Like you
Tell
get
us
that
what's
nice
in
whip.
here.
Oh my
Ooh,
gosh.
that cinnamon-
We've got, of course, ginger. We've got some cinnamon.
Yummy.
We've got some cloves. We got some allspice, and then we've got some baking soda. So if you just give that a little mix real quick, get that together, and then we're gonna start on already doing great. Don't worry about that. Already doing great here.
Thank
so
you.
then we've got some butter that's room temperature. We're gonna get that going, and we've got 2 sugars. We've got some granulated sugar. If you would just add that in, yeah, just pour it in. And then you know this process. We're gonna cream this, get this all together, and then we're going to get some packed sugar in here. Brown sugar, we wanna pack it down.
How come?
Yeah, so we wanna make sure that we get it all the way in there because in terms of like how much it weighs, that's what you need for this cake. So you're gonna pack it in there and you just throw it in there.
Oh, it's about weight. Remember somebody said to use a weight.
Yeah, it makes for
scale.
accurate, exactly. If you like weigh things, and you're doing great already.
I got it in.
You got it in right
next time we'll use a spatula. It's all good, and then we're gonna add some molasses too, because that's gonna really amp up
Molasses?
this. Yes,
So not
this
syrup,
gingerbread.
molasses.
And actually, like the funny thing about it is, if you take like granulated sugar and molasses, you actually make brown sugar.
Oh, interesting.
Did you know that? Yeah,
No.
you can use that as a nice
Should
substitute.
I pour this in?
Yeah. So
that
actually, we're gonna add in our eggs next.
Okay.
So these are all room temperature too. You're gonna add them in one at a time. Plop one. Look at you. You have so much baking knowledge.
But why do
Hold
you?
on,
I'm
come
just
on.
watching you, girl.
Well, you want to make sure that it gets into the
It gets all
batter.
mixed in.
Yeah, because then sometimes you're gonna be like, oh, that didn't even get in
Now,
there.
can I ask you
Yeah.
a crazy question? Because I don't have one of these.
Yeah.
If you don't have one of these,
You got a hand mixer?
yeah.
Totally.
Did I
fine.
make whipped cream with?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I
You
pour this in?
Yeah, you can pour that in.
Look, was
that
this
goes
heavy?
in. Oh, actually, this is buttermilk.
Oh, I love
So don't
buttermilk.
you love buttermilk? It's gonna make
Now,
that
should I
cake
go?
light. And yeah, just start
Wait,
adding
what about
in.
this? You forgot this one.
Oh yeah, add
is
some
that?
vanilla in. Add some vanilla in. We're just gonna just start adding free-for-all batter here
Yep,
at this
good.
point.
Nice job.
This is what happens. This is the magic
Nice.
of TV. You
Okay.
start adding
Okay.
in ingredients,
And then
you
what?
get this beautiful batter.
Look at that.
This is what you want it to look like.
Peanut butter.
Once you take your time, it almost does
Yeah.
look like peanut butter. Looks like the texture.
So you grease and flour your pan.
Yes, grease and flour.
Wow,
This is what we
Hoda,
want to
you
do.
really are a baker.
I know. You keep saying that you don't, but you do a great job.
Okay,
so
so
we want to make sure this does not stick. You want something like that, right? You don't want like people. Oh, there we go.
Sorry,
yeah.
I just turn it off.
That is the magic of baking with
So you
Jenna.
put
Thank
all
you.
that in.
Yeah, we're gonna get all this in, and then once it bakes up, you're
Look
gonna
at
get
this.
this
It's
beautiful
beautiful. Look at that.
turnout. Look
And-
at
Oh,
this,
I'm sorry, babe.
gorgeous. Absolutely.
Then do you scoop? What's
yes.
going on
Okay.
here?
So here we're gonna mix that together
You
really
got
well.
it.
Is that
You
like
got
a
it.
caramel sauce?
So actually, this is a maple glaze. So it starts with powdered sugar, and then we add in some maple syrup.
look at
You're like,
that.
look at that. Yes, and then we add in some milk, and then we're gonna get it to that consistency.
Is that regular milk or condensed?
It's just regular milk. And
So
so,
then-
it looks thick, but you want it to be thick because if it's not thick enough, if it looks like it's too thin, it's gonna just.
It won't.
Yeah,
freeze
you're not
or
gonna
whatever it's
get
called.
that, right? It's not gonna
how did
freeze,
you-
right?
I mean, you know what I meant.
Yeah, it's
Solidified.
exactly. So you want it to sort of like fall off the sides and just
Beautiful.
kind of let gravity take over, and then you get something.
Really pretty, Hoda.
Okay. What?
Really, really gorgeous. It's almost like art
very
class
busy.
at this point. Like we're just going
Okay, and
for
what's this
it.
other thing you made right
Yeah.
now?
Oh, and so this
Cheesecake.
is an eggnog cheesecake,
Okay.
or actually a maple cheesecake. I'm all thinking eggnog right now, and it is fantastic. What do you guys think?
Oh my God, it's all yummy.
It's also good.
You
really
are so
festive.
talented.
Thank you.
And you can get this
moist.
recipe at today.com/food.
It is Superfood Friday, and we are ending the week on a sweet note. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has 2 holiday desserts that can go beyond the classic Christmas cookie.
Starting with what I'm calling a mashup of a New York style cheesecake and a holiday spiced eggnog. And I'm calling it an eggnog cheesecake dip. And it's so incredibly simple and rich and indulgent. And it's also a great way to satisfy cravings without excessive calories and sugar and saturated fat.
All right, so what's the base?
So this is light cream cheese, and it's really important that it's very soft. So I set it out on the counter for about an hour. Then I put it in the microwave for about 20 seconds. And here I'm adding in some light sour cream. Then we have a little bit of brown sugar. And if you were to stir all of these things together with a little bit of cinnamon, you would basically get just a cheesecake dip. But we're going to bring it over the top and make it eggnoggy. So I have my cinnamon, I have a little bit of nutmeg, and then just a pinch of cloves, ground cloves. So let me put this over to the side. And of course, a little bit of vanilla extract.
Sure.
So just a quarter of a teaspoon. You stir this up, and because the cream cheese is super soft, you should get a nice silky consistency.
Creamy. Right. Yeah, creamy dip.
It's so
nice
creamy.
consistency.
So
We're hungry. We started eating it. It's delish.
So the one last thing that I do, I take a little bit of crushed graham cracker and I put it right over the top with a dash of cinnamon for some color, and I serve it with lots of antioxidant-rich fruit. So I have apples and pears,
So you dip all kinds of
strawberries.
stuff in it.
In there. That's so good.
Very nice.
By the way, including graham crackers.
This is really
good. With
good.
graham
So it's like
crackers.
you get the graham cracker crust of the cheesecake. Very nice.
Really good.
Exactly.
You've got the next one's my
Exactly.
favorites, dates. I love dates.
Me too.
let me tell you, this has quickly become my absolute new favorite snack. And in fact, last night, Ian said to me, Joy, as I was prepping them, are you going to save any for the morning?
Nice.
They're really good. So I'm calling these chocolate peanut butter covered dates, but really they taste exactly like mini Snickers bars.
They do.
So if you like Snickers, don't they?
Oh
They're
my
amazing.
gosh.
And 4 ingredients. So I'm starting with dates, and you can either buy pitted dates or you
These are
can
good.
buy
These are
dates with
really
the pit
good.
in. I'm so glad you love
Wait,
them.
this
I just
tastes
can't
just
get
like
enough
a
of them.
Snickers.
Doesn't it? It's a mini Snickers bar.
How do you
So
get the
here
peanut
you
butter in
see-
the middle there, though? That's a real trick.
Well, hold on.
So here's what we do. Yeah, so I put a little bit of peanut butter in the inside of each of them, and that's going to give it a nice creamy consistency. Then you pop in 2 salted roasted peanuts. You cover it up, and now you know what we're doing. We are smothering it with a drizzle of melty dark chocolate, just like this.
So antioxidants
And-
there.
Antioxidants,
great.
and now I'm going to add a dusting of the crushed peanuts right over here. Now, all you need to do is you put this in the fridge for about 20 minutes because you want to firm that chocolate. Let me grab a,
Like a
and
candy
one
bar.
last thing.
And Joy, could you
I'm gonna
substitute like almonds or something if you have a peanut
that's
allergy?
good.
So that's a great question. If you have nut allergies in the house, you can substitute cashews and cashew butter or almonds and almond butter. There's all sorts of ways. Look at the inside of this. Can you see
So
that?
good.
That looks so. I might even freeze these.
Isn't
Make a
that
bunch of them,
great?
freeze them, and use them later.
Tastes
They're
like a candy
delicious
bar.
frozen. And
really
the last thing I'm just going to tell you, which is really fun,
Okay.
if you wanted, instead of the peanuts on top, you could put, let me put this down over here. You could put crushed candy cane. And so it just sort of like dresses it up and it makes it a little bit more holiday festive. Or you could do a snow decor and you can sprinkle some shredded coconut over the top. But the cool thing is those dates, they really do taste like caramel.
I can't
and
believe
they have
it.
That's really
antioxidants
great.
and fiber. You're basically eating a healthy Snickers bar. I'm
maybe
so
drizzle
happy
it
you
with a
guys
little
love it as
butter.
I
much
gotta
as
tell
me.
you, I would actually
Peak-
prefer
peak
this
on,
one.
liqueur.
I'm not even kidding. This is really good.
Don't you think it sounds like a great idea to fill your house with the sweet smell of fresh baked cinnamon buns on Christmas morning?
By the way, it smells like that right here, right now. It would be amazing. We just have just the person to help make that happen. We met Joanne Kennedy Brown recently when Donna went down to surprise her at her New Jersey bakery. It's called the Gingered Peach. It happened in October, and it was an honor for us, and she's someone who was honored by her community for giving back.
Yeah, okay, so her baked goods looked so delicious. Hold on, I thought, okay, we need Joanne
yes, we wanted you
here.
there. We wanted you
want
here
to
with
learn
us.
how to make these famous cinnamon rolls, and you say that anybody can do this.
So easy. Anyone can do this.
How has this whole experience been for you?
It's been crazy. It's been crazy. It's been such a beautiful, wonderful surprise. And I think that it really meant a lot for the community. And I mean, the grants. Like,
By the way, you're,
Okay,
you're
good.
adored and loved for everything you do. But will you show us how to make these?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
So we start with wet? No.
Okay.
Dry.
So far, we're off to a good start.
Off to a great start. So
We're not great at baking.
What we're going to do is we're going to make brioche, which most people are afraid of, but they make amazing cinnamon buns, and it's incredibly easy.
Okay.
What we're starting off with is we've got some eggs with some vanilla extract. We've got our flour, our sugar, our salts in the bowl, and then we have our yeast here.
Yeast.
So
That was what was confusing me. It looked both wet and dry.
Yes. So here, our yeast is bloomed and it's developed and ready to go. So for all the bakers at home, everybody knows what the yeast package you get in the supermarket. That's active dry yeast. This recipe calls for instant. They are interchangeable, so don't stress. One to one. Use either one.
Okay.
And also, if you're old school, you may have cake yeast in your home. And once again, one to one interchangeable.
Okay, great. So tell me
So what we got here is, so we're gonna have our yeast in our bowl. We're gonna add our eggs and our vanilla. Fantastic.
Okay.
And we're just gonna give that a little bit of a turn. So you'll notice we have our hook attachment on because we're working. Excellent.
Okay.
Good job.
Fantastic. That's perfect. That brings it together. Then we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients right into the bowl.
Okay, so we're adding all that.
pretend
And then
it's all
do we
done.
add all this too? It all goes in?
All this too?
So no, this is gonna wait. So brioche is a two-step process.
Okay.
What we're gonna do is you're gonna mix this until it gets nice and silky.
Let's keep moving on
And it
over
comes
here,
together,
'cause
and then we're going to
add the
introduce the
butter.
butter after.
Okay. So this is what you got.
This is what you got.
Okay.
So what you're going to do is you're going to have a little bit of flour on your countertop, and you want to roll this out to an 18 by 14 approximately. So I'm just going to bring this over a little bit with my rolling pin. And then this is the fun part. So if there's kids at home, get them involved. It's so fun. You take your butter, and we're just going to
Brush it.
slather it all over.
yeah.
You know what? If you're impatient like me, you can just
dump it in the middle.
dump it on there, and you're going to spread it all over the place.
And then we have cinnamon sugar right there.
And then we've got cinnamon sugar,
I love cinnamon
which you
sugar.
can make it rain.
Make it rain.
Just make it rain cinnamon sugar
Merry
all over.
Christmas to us.
If you want to substitute nuts, throw some nuts in here. You want to throw some cardamom, throw some cardamom. Whatever you want to
Whatever you
do.
like.
We want
So
cinnamon
now how do
sugar.
you make it turn into rolls?
So this is how you turn into rolls. You're going to start and flip over an edge just like that, and then just keep doing that. And you're going to pinch, pinch, pinch all the way across.
Pinch, pinch, pinch.
And because it's brioche, it's going to hold its shape. You see?
Yeah, it really does.
It's just going to
So
stay.
now you want help?
Yeah. So yes, we're going to give it
You want to get in there, Hoda?
Roll it. I'm watching. You're good.
She's like, I'm going to watch.
I'm
Am I going
watching.
too fast?
No, you're doing great.
Good.
So we're gonna roll it,
So once it gets all the way up.
Yep. Once we have it all the way up.
We just have a couple of seconds. So we slice it and put it in here.
Yep.
This is, how long do you bake it?
So this is going to bake, so it's going to rise for about an hour and a half. You want it to double in volume.
Okay.
And then usually you're just going to kind of scoop your icing on,
look.
right?
Oh,
And
that
then
looks
just
so good.
Yeah, and
Love
just
it.
give that a little bit of a
I'm
spread.
so sorry. I've been wanting to do this.
That's okay. Treat yourself.
What's right here? Oh.
Joanne, how?
Hold on.
I wish I knew.
Oh.
But you just spread on your icing.
It's Christmas.
Make this.
Christmas.
No. By the way,
We're so happy.
if anything's chemical, it's eating those.
It really is. Joanne, you're the best. For this recipe, y'all make it tomorrow. Go to today.com/food.
Christina Tosi is here to show us how to put a fun twist on some traditional holiday desserts. Christina is one of my favorites and the founder of the popular bakery Milk Bar that everybody loves. Christina, what are you showing us?
Oh my gosh, Ina, stop it. You're the best. It's an honor to be here with you. Okay.
So much
So
fun.
we make all these different fun layer cakes at Milk Bar, and one of my favorite things that we do at our Milk Bar bakeries, our flagships in New York and LA, is we do something called Build a Cake. And so I thought today, here's your friend, that we would make the Ina Garden Holiday Special.
Oh, and you're making an Ina cake?
Yes, right? Like, why not?
Now, Christina has sent you a layer cake before.
She did, and it was amazing.
Okay.
It was outrageous.
So I know you love vanilla. Vanilla is
vanilla.
like your flavor story. And I think when you're making desserts, you have to bake for the person that you're baking for. You don't just bake what you want. You have to really speak to someone's soul.
And that's when it's
you're
a
baking.
real gift.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
So
Okay.
we're starting with vanilla cake,
Yeah.
a nice vanilla sponge cake. And then one of my favorite pro tips when making a layer cake is to soak the cake
You
first.
taught me that, and I always do it now. It's incredible. I was making a Boston cream pie, and Christina told me that if you do an orange soak with it.
Yes.
And we did orange and a little Grand Marnier. It tasted so much better. It keeps it moist. It gives it lots of flavor.
How do you know
and
how
it's
much
so easy.
to soak it?
Well, so there is such thing as too much or too little. One,
Okay.
cake soak will bring a cake back to life if you've overbaked it maybe a little bit too much. If
We
you've
never do that,
underbaked,
right?
no,
Never.
Underbake it a little less soak, but I like to say when you see a little bit of that milk come out the bottom, that's when you know you're really at max.
That's interesting. You do a milk soak.
So
That's
this
great.
is a milk soak, but this is a vanilla mint milk soak because I wanted to.
I knew
it's
I
your
smelled something
holiday
good.
special,
Yes.
right? So taking vanilla flavors, building off of it, you can flavor your cake soak with anything: orange, Grand Marnier. This is a little vanilla extract, a little mint soak.
Wow.
And then I like to play with flavors and texture. So our first layer is.
No, I need to tell everybody. I'm sure there's nobody that doesn't know Milk Bar, but the cakes are layered and you can see the edge.
yes.
Which is really important.
It's an invitation in.
It is.
Right?
It really is.
Instead of seeing a cake that's all covered with chocolate, you can see all the layers.
It makes it that much more appealing and
Doesn't it?
enticing.
It really
Yes,
does.
and irresistible.
You too. I can't with you.
Is this frosting?
This is
Buttercream?
a liquid cheesecake. So it's basically cheesecake that's a little bit underbaked,
We wouldn't
purposefully
want that.
incredible.
Oh my God.
No, I'll skip that one.
Then some pretzel crumbs. So a little salty, a little salt really brings out the sweet, right?
We just
Get
need
in
one.
there.
You know I like these. Okay.
All of your desserts really have sort of old-fashioned precedents. There are things that you remember, like cereal milk.
Yes.
I love the idea of cereal milk. It's the cereal that's left in the bottom of the
yeah, it's
bowl
so good.
after you've eaten the cornflakes.
I
What's
mean,
this next layer?
So this next layer is a mint chip layer.
Okay.
So really playing with vanilla notes, a little salty sweet note, and then a mint chip because it is the holidays and mint.
But is it a
for me-
frosting, like a buttercream?
Yeah,
in there?
it's
Okay.
a frosting, exactly. It's butter based. We take some chocolate shards and fold it into the frosting. I do this layer once again to build this cake up to create this masterpiece
I love
over
that you can
here.
build it. Oh, so this is what it looks like when it's built up.
This is what
Look
it
at
looks
that.
like when it's built up.
Oh,
We
and you
take
take
the
the-
cake
see, look
ring
at that.
off.
I love that.
You see
So you
all
can see
the
all the
layers,
layers. It does,
and
yeah.
then you can decorate it however you want. I'm a really big flavor story person, so the Ina Garden Holiday Special flavor story is mint and vanilla with a little
That
salty
works for me.
sweet moments. Mint is the flavor story at Milk Bar right now. We have this incredible chocolate mint chip cake and chocolate mint chip truffles that are like based off of mintiness, but like that ice cream that you can't stop eating.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
Peppermint bark snaps and then sugar cookies, which you can get in the aisles of the grocery store. But this is like our
Or
season
you
to
can just eat
bake.
the pretzels.
Or just eat the
plain, right?
pretzels, I know.
I
with
mean,
little
that's
chocolate
it, my
and-
You
friends.
decorate them. Oh, how fabulous.
So yeah, then we decorate the top of the cake.
Yeah.
Depending on what the flavor story is, you can always take a little bit of those peppermint bits to bring
are you
some red and
decorating?
white
sure, I'll
in.
I think we need to
And
decorate.
Savannah's like, give me another pretzel.
I know.
Please. I'll
I
take
keep
some
eating- I know. I'm
pretzel
just
crumbs.
eating the.
And we'll
But
put
this is
pretzels
also
in the middle.
such a fun way to engage people in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's actually great, isn't it? You have everything lined
The
up.
kids
It's
could
so
help
fun.
out.
I mean, when people come over to your house, are they like, Ina, how can I help in the kitchen? This is the task you put them on.
It's fabulous.
You get your cake from Milk Bar, you say, get in there, start decorating.
I love it. Christina Tosi from Milk Bar, thank you so much.
Oh, we are back with Today Food, and we're joined this morning by Chef Brian Lewis, whose restaurant, The Cottage, has been getting rave reviews. Full disclosure, it's one of my favorite restaurants in town. My wife and Lindsay and I, we love this place. He's here with a fun and delicious dessert that the whole family can get involved in. And this is a special one because this one belonged to your mom, right?
It sure does. So my mom, MJ, hi Mom. She is absolutely awesome, and this is her go-to holiday. Every December we enjoy these cookies since we were kids, and now my boys, Jude and Jax, my twin boys, they make it with me.
I love
it. And to varying degrees of success, I'm going to get right into this and show you how we do it.
What'd you just throw in there?
All right, so we have hazelnuts and almonds, which you want to use blanched ones. Toast them for about 10-15 minutes at 350 degrees until they're just lightly brown. Let them cool. Put them in with a little bit of flour in the recipe. And you want to blend that just so it's nice and fine. And the flour keeps it from getting too oily and nice and separate. And then we're going to have all these other delicious ingredients. So you have this almond hazelnut flour, if you will.
Okay.
All right, and then we're going to take, you want to get in here?
Sure.
Get some flour.
Just regular all-purpose flour?
All-purpose flour.
Okay.
Sugar.
A little sugar. 1 egg, 2
Not
eggs.
yet on the eggs.
Oh, yes,
not yet on the eggs.
Hold on.
You're going
Hold
to take
your
your spices. You've got cinnamon, baking powder, salt, a little bit of nutmeg.
A little nutmeg.
All right. Put you to work here with the
lemon.
a second.
Lemon zest.
With a little bit of lemon zest. So it's a really fragrant,
What's
beautiful.
the word over there, boys and girls?
Are you getting in on it?
Delicious.
You stole one of the cookies too.
So the nice part about this is it works really beautifully as a tart, which we serve in the restaurants, or as cookies, which we of course have at home. You want to get in there with blend that just a little bit, pulse it, go, and we're good.
And that's a little cold butter there.
Cold butter.
I want to make sure we get it all in. So
You
let's
got
move
it.
down to
Moving
the
on
pot.
down.
Yeah.
So here we're going to have our raspberry jam. You can either make your own, or of course, any store-bought, really good quality. You get your sugar. A little
Raspberry
bit of
jam's easy to make, right?
Super easy. Raspberries, sugar, a little bit of lemon juice at the end. Cook it down for about 20 minutes. Finish it with lemon juice. Let it chill, and we'll go over to the tart.
Dylan Dreyer's wheels are spinning right now. She's like, I can make raspberry jam today.
I make
It's super
raspberry
easy.
tarts, but they're not this good.
Yeah.
So.
And then we want to just roll out our dough. It's very important that when you take the dough, you want to refrigerate it for a good 20-30 minutes to make sure it's not too soft.
Okay.
Because it's a really beautiful, pliable dough. And the nice thing is we make with the kids, with Jude and Jax, we just make a bunch of cookies or tarts, and you can really just freeform it. It's not. It's a very forgiving dough, so it's really nice that way.
Okay.
So we're going to roll it out, and then over here.
You're right. This would be great to do with the kids.
It's perfect. Because it's delicious, and of course, they love to eat it alone, raw.
Of course.
Who doesn't?
So we've rolled that out.
We're going to get over here. So you're going to get your tart just to about this size. Put it in the refrigerator. And then this is also, if you don't want to do a tart, there's your cookies.
Same
there.
base.
And we do little, you want to cut them out like little circles like that, and then you can take little hearts.
And the
They're almost too pretty to eat.
I was going to say.
Very pretty.
Almost too pretty.
My boys like to make little, they're football fanatics, so they like to take little footballs too.
Brian, thank you so much.
We just made the Christmas dinner. Now it's time for dessert.
Please welcome our sweet all-star team of Adam Richmond, Jeffrey Zakarian, and Jocelyn Delk-Adams. It's time for desserts. Adam, are you starting us off with desserts?
I am indeed, and it's very fitting that the lovely Jocelyn is here because she inspired this recipe with our Thanksgiving segment. So this is partially inspired by something she mentioned, that if you make brownies or even gingerbread cookies and they fall apart, you can repurpose them. So you can get a store-bought brownie or blondie mix, add the components that make gingerbread, add cinnamon, add nutmeg, add ginger to the brownies. You can put the broken brownies, if they come out a little bit messed up, into a trifle vanilla pudding mix, but you make it with eggnog. So as a Jew, these are the flavors I look to. And then you just can finish it off with a little bit of crumbled gingerbread. So it's a great one. And I have to say, because I don't get a chance to cook with you again, I am going to miss you so much when you go. And I love you so much. And I think you're the best. So this is a great holiday gift for me to be able to cook with you again.
Sweetheart.
Jeffrey.
That's so sad, but I get to visit you because I'm in New York still.
Yes, you are.
That's right.
Speaking of you, I'm going to use some of your wine, and I'm going to mull some fruit. So this is great because...
He knows the way to my heart.
Everything, this is all from your pantry. This is all leftover. So if you have dates, if you have apricots, cranberries, this is made with fresh plums. You can use pears, and you can smell this, and you put the mulling spices, some cinnamon, some star anise. And I think Christmas and holidays are about the smells and music.
It's all the senses.
Holiday music and smelling, and you can cook anything, and you're happy.
My CDs and my wine. It's perfect.
So we're going to take some of this fruit. We're just going to cook this
My
fruit.
idea of heaven.
We're going to cook this fruit with some sugar, cook it down. Look how beautiful that is.
What are you doing
And
with
we're going to take a store-bought cheesecake. I know.
Which is a pie.
There's
I love
nothing
that
wrong
about
with
you,
that.
Jeffrey.
And we're
You're
going to put this
not a
on top.
snob.
I am not a snob, and you can
Look
just
at
use
that.
this and decorate.
Look at that.
Or ice cream. Look
And
how
you can
delicious
say,
that looks.
I made it, and then you mean it.
Isn't that beautiful?
That's so
Wow,
pretty.
gorgeous.
From me to you.
That's awesome. Hey, Jeffrey, is a cheesecake a pie or a cake? We're just having a quick debate.
It's a cake to me. It's a
It's
cake.
a
It's made with the sour cream
And it's got the crust, and it looks like a pie.
It looks like a key lime
it's not
pie.
pie. I
So
think
the
it's a
key lime
cake.
pie looks just like that.
Okay, bye-bye.
Why don't you
We're
mull
just
that over as
wondering.
you're mulling that?
You will mull it.
Jocelyn, what you got, honey?
We're making chocolate bowls. Okay, so this is so fun to get the kids involved because I feel like around Christmas you need to get them in the kitchen and make those family memories. So all you have to do here is we're gonna take these water balloons. In fact, I would really love to see if Adam and Jeffrey could like blow these up. Let's see what you do.
Okay,
Let's see
good
what
luck.
you do here.
Good
Come
luck.
on now.
Good luck.
Come on, let's see.
Come
Come on, let's see what you're doing.
So this is going to be good.
Okay, let's. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty
now
good.
it's gotta lay off the
So
cigars.
once you have them blown up, you're gonna stick this right. You're gonna stick this right in some melted chocolate. Oh my gosh.
Warm, right?
Yeah. You just want it to kind of just set up, and you're gonna put this right into your refrigerator for about 10 minutes.
And
Kind
then
of
what
go around the corners of it,
Banana one.
and then we're gonna have a little fun.
banana
We're gonna
one.
pop
What's
these.
going to happen, Cash?
Oh my gosh. See, you're so good at this already. Do you see how easy
likes
this is?
it.
I like
we're
to
gonna
do this.
pop this.
Ooh.
You want to do the honors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready, Hoda?
Okay. Here you go.
Okay.
Hold on. You want
You
to
do
pop
the
it?
purple one, I'll do the
okay.
blue one.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh!
That was
This is going viral.
That was like, I know, because it's like,
go viral right
It's like jumping into a
I didn't
pool.
expect it.
and then it comes
Why doesn't
right
it
out,
pop? What's
and then
going on
yours
with
is
this
like, I know your
balloon?
balloon just did not want to play along. So, but this one is really nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
By the way, that's a little bowl you just
Yes,
created.
know, I made a bowl.
And you just put candy. You
For
can put
these
anything in there.
recipes, go to today.com/food.
Bye.